Alrighty, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? Today, we are continuing with Dyson Sphere program, and I've spent a couple of hours off stream. So, the first thing I just want to mention that I did, real quick, is I redid my science. As you can see here, we have white science being produced now. If you take a look at the tree, I have everything completed in the technologies, except for mission completed, which requires white science. And then if you look at upgrades, everything that I don't have in here... Oh, well. Game crashed on me. That's the first time I've ever had Dyson Sphere crash on me, I think. Might somewhat be related to my computer saying that it needs some... needs a restart for an update. Hopefully that's not an issue. You know what? I had this happen with 7 days as well. When I did that last Friday. It crashed immediately. I kind of wonder how RAM hungry this game actually is. Okay, yeah, it's picking up the thing. Let me go ahead and load this again real quick, and I'm gonna give you a quick peek under the hood here. We're gonna see... Okay, right now it's only using 10 gigs of RAM. A little less, actually. Yeah, I don't see anything here that gives me any cause for concern regarding my laptop. So, huh. Interesting. I'll leave that up there for just a little bit here. But yeah, everything else that I have here for upgrades, all of it requires white science. So the way I had my research set up before to feed all of the different colors of research into this. So you remember these used to be taking these colors and making research out of it. I have now gone ahead and started feeding some antimatter production down here into this, so we are now making some measure of white science. I've also got it being stored here. And then I've just got these two towers to use the white science when I start researching things. So, yeah, I went ahead and did that because I was like, you know what, that's something that we're going to want to do, but I mean, they don't necessarily need to see it. And it's really funky because you require, for antimatter, you require all of the 5 colors of research as well as antimatter, and you can only have 3 inputs on each side. So you have to do this kind of funky setup where you put a belt in between towers to take that white research out. Because all of the inputs and outputs slots on the sides are all taken up by the various resources that it takes to make the white science. But it's not too difficult. I figured people didn't want to watch me, you know, wrestle with that and figure out exactly how I wanted to handle that for half an hour to 45 minutes or whatever. And then beyond that, you might notice that wonderful thing up there in the sky. The trail of lights and all of that. So I have been working on the Dyson Sphere a little bit. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. And as you can see right now, it's nearly making 2 gigawatts of power, which is pretty amazing. Let's go ahead and take the PC specs off there. I didn't see anything worth worrying about. But yeah, you can see the I'm launching solar sails. So they're in orbit. They're in their various different orbit lanes that I created here. You can see, and they're going into orbit, and they're getting sucked in to the nodes here, and then they're going out to build these shells. So they're partially completed, but it's going to take a lot. You can see here cell points. It has about 68,000 planned, and only 31,000 constructed. Every cell point is 1 solar sail, which means I've got to launch like another 30,000 some odd solar sails just to finish what I have here. Now keep in mind, what I have here is like not even remotely close to a fourth of a full Dyson Sphere of this size. Um, this is only a 25,000 meter radius. If you go to make a new layer, the radius can go all the way up to like 58,400. So you can make some really massive Dyson spheres. This is like not even half of a full size. You can also see structure point wise, we are at 7,550 planned with just under 6,200 constructed. So I need to send another 1,300 carrier rockets up there to finish all of this. So some people are wondering about, why I build in the scale. Sometimes it's like, well, you set up these massive, ridiculous factories. If I show you a little tour here, I've got a ridiculous number of things making like plane filters and quantum chips. I've got a pretty good size thing of processors. Well, I guess I shouldn't say ridiculous. There are some people that have way larger setups than I do. But I've got even more processors being made over here. I've got particle broadband for days. I've got the graviton lenses, which actually are requiring the strange matter, and I need to ramp up strange matter production immensely if I'm going to keep up the green research. Although, for now, mostly my limiting factor in creating more white research is just making critical photons. Right now, these are making critical photons at just about 3 a minute. And we're requesting a lot of power off of the Dyson Sphere in order to make these critical photons. So if I go into here, you'll see that right now, it's only satisfying about 47% of the power demand that I have going on. So really, more than anything else right now, I just need to be making my Dyson Sphere even faster than I already am. Which means I need more solar sail production, and I need more carrier rocket production. So, that is kind of what I'm going to be working on, and hopefully everybody enjoys that. So, let's take a look at the carrier rockets. Now, quantum chips I'm certain are doing just fine currently. I don't know about Dyson Sphere components. Because Dyson Sphere components are using solar sails, and I'm trying to launch solar sails as well. Otherwise, I think everything else should be fine there. And then deuterium fuel rods, I'm not entirely sure about either. I don't believe I'm making fuel rods here. I think I was making those on Mikar 3. Let me run around a little bit and see if I can find any places for that. Honestly, I can probably stop using these. I do have some of those ray receivers up there on normal power generation, so I can probably get rid of a couple of these, honestly. Yeah, let's just go ahead and cut this off, and when those run out of power, they're out of power, and I should be fine. Of course, if I increase my strange matter production, that's going to use a lot of power, but it's not the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination. Go ahead and throw that on there. Let's see. Oh, was I still making? Yeah, let's make some more. Well, hold on. Let me reduce this back to there. Get rid of that one bit of green science in there. Right, I was looking at, I think I need to mass produce at this point miniature particle colliders. Now, I don't know if there is anywhere that is already set up to do most of that. It is mostly frame material, magnet coils, or supermagnetic rings, graphene, and processors. I don't know if we've got a lot of that here. We've got supermagnetic rings here. Although I don't have any currently. Do I have to expand my supermagnetic rings? Oh, I am choking hard on electromagnetic turbines. Okay. Right. So we may I may have done a thing where I have to beef up my my more basic things. Yeah, I am making electromagnetic turbines here. Oh, some of these don't have output. This whole second line doesn't actually even have any output. What in the hell? How did I screw that up? Well, that explains why electromagnetic turbines are choking. I thought I had way more production than I did. This whole line hasn't even been producing. And then on this side, it looks like they're not getting enough electric motors out. So as many electric motors as I'm making, I'm just not making enough. Oh, I'm not making enough cogs. I'm not making enough gears, really. You do have the iron ingots, you just don't have the cogs. Okay. So we've got a slight domino effect here of things that just are not keeping up. How is the saturation of this belt doing, though? It is doing alright. I might have to... Yeah, let's go ahead and start a belt on the outside here. I'll do that on both of these sides, so that I can make sure that I don't have to worry about this moving forward. Yeah, we've got a domino effect of several things that are not keeping up, and they are holding up my production. So we're going to add 9 more on each side here. It'll be a total of 18. And then I'm going to put... You know what? Yeah, I'm going to put outputs on the ends here. And we're also going to copy that down the line. Just in case this middle line starts choking, it can output to the outer lines. And then we'll get the power going, and hopefully that will fix a lot of our problems. It'll probably take a while to catch up, I imagine. But hopefully it will do so without too many problems moving forward. Right, so this belt should be just about fully saturated at all times, and any overflow will go to the outer belts. So every time this hits 100, it's just going to ship out more and more cogs, more and more gears, rather. I think they're called gears, right? Yeah. Alright, so if I hop over to where the electric motors are being made here, yeah, it's still not keeping up with demand at all. So I may have to even further increase my production here, which is not a problem. However, if I'm going to expand strange matter, and I'm going to expand this, and there might be a couple other things I need to expand, I might very quickly find myself running out of space on this planet. Now, obviously, as an organic builder, The way that I build is not necessarily the most space-efficient thing in all of the universe. You know, you can see there's little spaces here that I probably could have used. I could have tightened this up a little bit more, and this, and all of that space does add up, certainly, if you're going to use the entire planet, essentially, as a factory. It absolutely adds up. But I just feel like this way is a lot more fun for me to build. Rather than making super ridiculous condensed builds that are really complicated to set up, and, you know, then you just blueprint paste them all over the place. And that plus the blueprint system, the way it works, like, you kind of have to fight the longitude and latitude of the planet. You basically build something like this, right? Like, I could take a blueprint of, like, all of this, and sure, I could then set that down on another planet, but I would have to put it down in essentially the exact same place on that planet because of the way that the grid breaks up when you get closer to the poles and whatnot. So, because of that, you literally start making cookie-cutter planets that look exactly the same everywhere you go. And I'm just not the biggest fan of that myself, personally. It's not the look that I really am going for. Alright, so now we've got gears, and they are finally, you know, getting somewhere in terms of building up. Although you're still not getting enough gears at all. My lord. Where are all those gears going then? Hold on, let me stock the gear output. Where were my gears? They're over here. Right, they keep flying south. Okay, so they're trying to go here, which is also electric motor production. Okay. Yeah, they're trying to keep up with this stuff. So once this finally gets filled up again, then hopefully those gears will start going elsewhere. And then once electric motors start getting caught up a little bit, hopefully we will be in a better place at that point in time. Right, so now we should be getting more. Yeah, now we're bringing a couple hundred over here at a time. I mean, they're going out basically instantly, but they will be coming in. And our electric motors will start getting produced a whole lot more, which means we can start doing electromagnetic turbines at a much better rate. But yeah, it won't be long before I'm going to have to expand out to other planets and start using those as factories. I did, as I recall, get ray receivers automated. Where are those getting made? You are drones and things. Where are the ray receivers getting made? I think they're over here. They way over here somewhere. These are the EM rail ejectors that are firing the solar sails off into space. You can see the massive trails of those getting fired off. They must have got a shipment of solar sails recently. But yeah, you just see them start getting made, and oh, looks so pretty. All that stuff flowing through from Minkar 4. I'll just go ahead and turn off the HUD here, and oof, that is a beautiful sight. That is a beautiful, beautiful thing. But ray receivers should be getting made over here somewhere. Ah, here they are, and then I think they're getting shipped. Yeah, they're getting shipped to here. So I've got like 1,500 ray receivers. It shouldn't be once Once the supply issues get fixed and whatnot over here, and I can build the Dyson Sphere up some more. You can see we're already up to like almost 2.2 gigawatts now. And probably the satisfaction fluctuates a little bit depending on whether or not the ray receivers at the pole that are trying to make critical photons have line of sight to it. So that satisfaction will change. I know that the peak is 4 gigawatts. It's a little over 4 gigawatts. Right now it's 2 3/4. So it's, you know, a little under 3 gigawatts. But once this gets built up a whole lot more, we will have the power to just plop down some ray receivers in places in the Minkar system, and we'll get our power that way. But yeah, now we're at the end game. Everything revolves around getting power. It revolves around, you know, you need power in order to make critical photons for research. You need power in order to obviously power these massive factories. You need power to accelerate your Dyson Sphere construction rate so that you can get more power for all of these things. So everything's about the Dyson Sphere and power at this point. And let's go ahead and take a look at the shell layer here. Yeah, we're doing pretty all right. We are doing pretty all right. Looks like the main thing that is halted right now is carrier rockets. So I don't think carrier rockets were being made here. I think they were being made on Minkar 3. So let's very briefly go take a quick trip over to Minkar 3 and see what we can find over there. See what's going on. There is Minkar 3. Luckily, it's not too far away, so I won't bother to warp. Oh yeah, that's another thing I'll have to do. I should probably set up production of warpers here. They are getting produced back in the Lambda Serpentis system, way back home. And thankfully, the green research turns into quite a few warpers. Every one turns into 8 warpers. And you only use 2 for a round trip. So warpers don't get used up at a massive rate, at least not at this point. I don't have a massive system of transportation from one star cluster, or from one star system to the next throughout the star cluster. So we don't have a lot of inter-system travel just yet. But eventually we'll get there and we'll start using those. So I probably should get some kind of production of warpers in motion sooner rather than later. Oh, that is a beautiful thing. That is a beautiful, beautiful thing. And at some point during this stream, I will probably do a quick flyby of the part of the Dyson Sphere that is under construction. So we will get to take a look at that. Alright, so what is going on over here? Oh, hydrogen is backed up here. I certainly don't like to see that. Let's go ahead and make sure that that isn't a problem moving forward. It's probably about time to set up some more fractionators for deuterium. Looks like deuterium is doing fine right there. I have a pretty healthy supply of deuterium fuel rods here. Let's go ahead and set up a little bit more of a buffer. And then I am going to just briefly do that. I just want to make sure that that is full for any transport. Yeah, they're not getting supermagnetic rings to make more to make more deuteron fuel rods is the main issue right now. So hopefully the cogs will take care of the electric motors, and the electric motors will sort out the turbines, and the turbines will sort out the supermagnetic rings. Let's see, what are we looking at for power-wise here? Oh, we've got plenty of power. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of all of these then. I'm really not going to need those. This is where I've got Casimir crystals being made. Okay. Up here we've got Dyson Sphere components. They're not getting any solar sails currently. How many? No Dyson Sphere components in the tower. And because of that, we're not making any carrier rockets. Okay, so the Dyson Sphere isn't going to get built without that. However, that's mostly because we're filling in the shell right now. So I may head over to Minkar 4 in a little bit, and you can kind of see the system that I've got for sending all of this stuff out over there. Maybe I should get more solar sail production. That might not be a bad idea. I think I'm bringing those in from out of system as well as making them somewhere in this system. What are we making here? This is where frame material is getting made. And they are out of carbon nanotubes. Really? Interesting. Okay. So I'm going to have to beef up carbon nanotube production, it looks like. We've got steel getting made here, which is no doubt going into making titanium alloy, yes. Yeah, we've got plenty of steel. Ooh, graphene has been struggling, apparently. All because of that hydrogen backup, I would be willing to bet. Yeah. All because hydrogen backed up for so long that graphene just wasn't getting made. So, honestly, what that tells me is I need a lot more fractionators to be making deuterium. Right now, deuterium is backing up because I don't have supermagnetic rings. But once I do have supermagnetic rings, I'm sure that will change very, very quickly. I need these deuteron fuel rods in order to make those carrier rockets as well. So yeah, I've got a number of things that are stalling out because I kind of stopped paying attention to them. I went to deal with the Dyson Sphere. But that is alright, because while the Dyson Sphere is getting filled in, we can fix these problems. It's going to take a while. Dyson Spheres are massive, massive projects. So I've got plenty of room on this planet to make any further factories. What are the things that I need to do? You know what? I do have stone here. I could absolutely start doing the solar sails here. I could totally do that. You know what? Let's go ahead and set that up. I see a stone vein right over here that will serve this purpose. And I will briefly go over white research here in just a little bit as well. I just want to get this whole thing started before I go into white research and talking about that. You know what? Is this a new music track? I don't think I've heard of this music track. I don't think Dyson Sphere program has updated in a while, so I don't think they've added any new music to the game. It might just be a music track that I never heard, because I didn't spend a lot of time here. Alright, we got power over here. So the main thing that I need to be doing for photon combiners is I need to make prisms. In order to make prisms, I need to make glass, and glass takes stone. So this is going to take a little bit of doing, but it won't be too bad. Oh, I probably... Yeah, okay. We're gonna head back to make our one. Assuming it's not super far away. Yeah, it's right over there. It's not a big problem. We're going to head over here to Minkar 1. I'm going to grab me some belts and sorters and whatnot, because I am pretty much out of those currently. We're going to head right into the super bright light. Luckily, it looks like the Dyson Sphere panel is going to overlap it soon, so we will be able to get a little bit of shade from that. Although not much. Mostly because it's not finished yet. But we get a teensy tiny bit of shade, and we get these awesome little, sun shaft rays coming out of it as, the light is shining through certain parts that aren't finished yet, and oh my god, it looks gorgeous. It looks absolutely gorgeous. I am freaking loving it. Ugh, so good. Alright, so let's go ahead and... Yeah, we've got turbines. We've got turbines. So, magnetic rings are getting made. They're getting sent out. How is diamonds? Diamonds are doing excellent. Good. Yes, I am making photon combiners over here. Not a lot. I'm honestly thinking I should probably... go ahead and expand production of this now that I've finally got the Dyson Swarm and all that going, because I'm sure this is getting sent. Where are these getting sent? They're getting sent over there somewhere to make more solar sails, and I would not be surprised at all if they are kind of choking solar sail production right now. So let me go ahead and grab what I came here to grab, the belts and sorters. And then I'm going to go ahead and set up a little bit of this. Basically, I'm just going to double this production. So I'm going to take the... Well, hold on. Let me put down a thing here. Like so. And we'll put down a belt of prisms. Put down a belt of... things like that. And how did I do this on this side? Did I do my normal? Yes, I did. Okay. So bring this all the way down like so. Bring this all the way down like so. And then I will set this up to pull here, and we will offload here. Copy the recipe, and we will go ahead and paste this on down the line. I did the yeah, I had to do some different spacing because we're a little close to the pole, which is fine. That is no big deal. So I have doubled my photon combiner output. Alright, let's go take a look at how solar sails are doing then. Right, so they're way over here, and yeah, they are totally choked on photon combiners. Absolutely choked out. They just cannot do anything. You know what? The EM rail ejectors, I might go ahead and... Yeah, let's just go ahead and put those at 300. I'm not going to use those a lot. I already have... I feel like I have enough of those set up over at Minkar 4. It's just right now the solar sail output is not able to fully utilize them. So I'm not shooting solar sails out into orbit constantly because I'm just not keeping up with the solar sails. And that is why Dyson Sphere components aren't getting made, because I'm not making enough solar sails at all. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to expand this even more, which I don't believe is a problem. Is this gonna get... Nope, it won't get in the way. Excellent. Wasn't sure if that was going to have an issue there or not, but it doesn't look like I will. So let's go ahead and run this line like so. And we will just get a whole bunch more of these getting made. Lack of item? Excuse me? Excuse me? Do you know where I am? Lack of item. I'm insulted. Where are those getting made? Over here? Give me 250 of those. Lack of item. Don't give me that game. I don't want to hear no lack of item. Ain't nobody got time for your lack of item-ish. Let's go ahead and do 9 here. Excellent. I've got plenty of power in there now. Let me just make sure that the belt isn't getting choked over here. Nope, output is not getting choked at all. Probably because these things take 3 seconds to make. Yeah, they take a little bit of time to get made. Hopefully my supply of prisms is going to hold up. I'm not making a massive number of prisms here. I could potentially output a whole lot more prisms if I need to. That's not a problem. That is starting to slink back a little bit, so you know what? Yeah, preemptively, I'm going to go ahead and do that. And glass isn't a problem on this line, so I'm just going to wrap this around. Alright, and then we'll get some power in here in the places that need it. Okay, yeah, right now glass is getting pulled a little hard. But I have faith. I have faith that we can manage. Faith might be misplaced the more I'm watching this, though. It might be misplaced. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna get any further than about here on this line, sadly. Okay. Okay. In that case, there is a very simple way to solve that problem. Let me go ahead and take this out for now. Then we'll just do this the somewhat more logical way, where I will pull a thing of glass out here, get it up and over that, pull it back down. Hold on, let me back this up. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Pull this back down, and then we'll just go ahead and feed this on down this way. There, that way each of them has their own independent glass feeder line, and we should be all good. Yeah, this starts to back up. We got plenty of glass. So now the real question is, am I getting enough glass in? Glass is getting pulled from somewhere else. Is it over here? No, it's over here somewhere, I think. Where exactly? Ah, over here. This is where you're pulling your glass from. Honestly? Yeah, I could go ahead and extend this. We can get a little more glass production going on. Just to make sure that we don't have any more supply line problems. See, I was actually just watching one of my guys over on Twitch. He's been addicted to V Rising. A guy by the name of Mayhem Moose. What a lovely name it is. It really is a wonderful name. And he was just talking about a little bit about Dyson Sphere program, how he's kind of off of it right now, because he does like the building, but he needs a little action in his life, and I totally understand needing some action in your life. So he's kind of on hiatus with Dyson Sphere program until combat comes in. And then somebody else was, he was talking with one of his other guys in there who's playing the game with him, and he was like, yeah, I played that for like an hour, and I was just like, man, these games, like, they're all about that min-maxing, and like, I'm not about that, and I'm just like, you know what, to a certain extent, absolutely, it is about that min-maxing, but to a certain extent, it's also not, because even though, you know, you probably want to min-max, look at me. I'm not out here doing a ton of math. I'm just brute forcing this shit. Like, I have a glass problem. Okay, let's just make a massive glass line. Do I know how much this is gonna make every minute? No. Do I need to know how much this is gonna make every minute? Not really. All I know is it's gonna make more glass. Well, except for it doesn't look like this is gonna supply what I need it to supply. So let's see if I can't fit another miner in here. Yeah, that'll help out a little bit here. That'll give me a little more stone supply so I can be making that glass. I don't know if it'll get all the way down to here. Matter of fact, it's looking like it probably won't. So it looks like I'm going to need even more stone getting made into glass. Now, there's not a huge amount of stone on this planet, and in fact, I may have buried some stone while I was trying to get various buildings up and running. Oh, we've got some stone right up here, actually. Okay, that's interesting. Do I want to put down another planetary logistics hub just for this stone? Or do I want to make another, like, glass production facility over here? I feel like the answer to that question is I don't want to, but I probably should. That's kind of how I'm feeling. Right now I'm just filling in holes because I can. And I feel like it'll probably save me some headaches down the road. I'm probably going to end up expanding a lot of these lines before long, so I figure I might as well do that now. Yeah, let's go ahead and do another bit of production here. And seeing as how I am over here by the research, I will very quickly also go into white research and what we want to do with that, because I often get the question, you know, what do you want to start researching first and foremost when you start doing white research, the infinite research things? What's the most important thing to get started on first? And it's kind of a subjective question, but to a certain extent there's also a kind of accepted answer that everyone does have for that as well. It's subjective in that, you know, depending on your playstyle, you might want to do some things over others. But there is sort of a universal constant in terms of what we all start with first. Or at least what most people would start with first. So let me just get this glass going, and then I'll go into that. Foundation support. Foundation support, you jerks! How dare you? Yeah, let's go ahead and run this line back this way. Run that over here, and I'll just put a planetary station down, like right here. Zoop de boop, and we need power, of course. Make me some glass, friendo. Alrighty, so now we're making glass. So the main thing that we want to look at, and this is the one time where I'm going to say this stuff over here kind of actually matters. A lot of this is just like, it's really small text, it's kind of jibber jabber in a lot of ways, but there are a couple of actually important things that you want to look at over here. The first kind of important thing that we're going to look at is max warp speed. And the reason why this is important, right now I'm at 1/4 of a light year per second. The reason why it's important is because your max warp speed is going to determine how far that you can get with the maximum amount of energy that you have. Right now I've got 3.18 gigajoules of maximum energy in my mech. And that drains pretty rapidly when you're warping. So for example, if you are trying to get from my Minkar system over here, say to this neutron star for, you know, unipolar magnets, it's 25 light years. I would like to make that in one jump. So if I have faster warp speed, or if I have more max energy, I can make that in one warp, as opposed to having to stop, wait for my mech to recharge, waste another warper, get there, get what I need, come back with one warper partway, stop, recharge, and then do another jump to get home. That's kind of a problem. More than anything else, though, you really want to look at this right down here. We have ore consumption miner product. So right now, I am at 73.39, and that is from the veins utilization. So essentially, with the veins utilization, every single one of these, it reduces the amount of ore that you're consuming while it continues to make the exact same amount of product. So I'm using 6% less ore to make an ingot. So I'm using 94% ore in order to make a single ingot here. And it's increasing the mining speed of your miners, which means that every single one of these, even though it's not necessarily covering, a huge amount of veins, like this one's only covering 4 veins, it can still get quite a bit of stone out. Well, right now it can't because it's actually choked. Let me go ahead and expand this just a wee bit. But it'll manage to get more stone out as you increase your veins utilization. And that means that you don't necessarily have to have your miners covering massive numbers of veins in order to demand or fulfill all the demand for all of your smelters and whatnot. Instead, you just have it cover like 1 or 2 and let the mining speed upgrades do the work for you. That way you can get a lot more miners around these veins, and then you can supply a lot more smelters. But every single one of these increase or decreases the amount of ore that you're using. Now it doesn't go, this one is 94%, because that's, minus 6% from 100 is 94. This doesn't go another further 6% and take you down to 88. It's 6% more from what you were using. So 6% of the 94% you were using before. So every one of these veins utilization has a diminishing return in regards to the amount of ore that you are using. However, eventually, if you do enough of these, and I want to say it's right around level, what is it? I have a spreadsheet for this actually somewhere. I haven't looked at it in ages. But it's right around level 70-ish veins utilization, I think, where you get to the point where you're using like 1% of the ore in order to make a product. So you're extending the amount of ore that you have in a vein by 100 times just about. And you're making massive mining speed. So one miner can supply a lot of smelters. So really, veins utilization, in order to get this number down, is pretty much the universal #1 priority that everyone should start out on in terms of white research. You want to focus veins utilization first. After that, it's kind of debatable. Logistics carrier capacity is nice in some ways, especially now that I'm seeing they've actually managed to, they've done this thing where it increases the storage caps on your planetary logistic stations and your interstellar logistic stations. That's actually really interesting. That could potentially be really useful in some ways. But basically, the reason why you would want to go for this is your logistic vessels can carry more cargo, and therefore you get more cargo per trip using warpers, so you're using less warpers in total. So that'll be especially important once you start getting huge convoys of, like, right now you can see I've got various logistic vessels heading over to Lambda Serpentis, probably to grab warpers, or they're trying to grab solar sails, or they're trying to grab something from over here, and they'll bring it back here. Every single one of these that you see, they're using 2 warpers to do it. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 16, 14, 16 right over there. 16 warpers in use right there. Now that's not a big deal because we're only going a little bit here and there, but with all of the stars that we have here, You know, eventually I'll probably get stuff set up here. I'll get stuff set up over here. If there's an O-type star anywhere around. Yeah, right here is an O-type star. This would be a great place for another Dyson Sphere. I'll probably get stuff setting up over here. But my main research place is probably going to be here on Minkar. So a lot of stuff is going to get shipped back to Minkar, and I'm going to end up getting all kinds of stuff coming back here. So eventually, this will be kind of important. This could potentially help out a lot in terms of feeding your conveyor belts. This is an interesting thing. This is also something. Both of these are new things. Well, the logistics carrier has always been here. They added the storage caps for the stations. That's a new thing that they've added in more recently. This is a new thing that they've added in more recently. I'm very interested in this. Carrier engines is kind of interesting. That would allow your logistic vessels to do their warps a whole lot faster, I believe. So that's potentially pretty interesting to do. Ray transmission efficiency, you'll get more power out of your Dyson Sphere with this. That's not a bad idea. Matter of fact, I would almost say after vanes utilization, this is probably the second most important thing, because I was just talking about how we need more power to build stuff, and building stuff is important to building the Dyson Sphere and getting more power out of it. So that's pretty important. The drive engine, again, like I was talking about with all of that. Energy circuit, the mech core, and then the rest of this is mostly convenient stuff, like getting more construction drones, making the drones move faster. That's pretty convenient. Research speed is kind of a convenience. You don't have to build as many labs, potentially. But I would say the big ones are vanes utilization first and foremost, probably ray transmission efficiency second, and then after that, I would say these three as a group. Maybe this is as a hard number 3, but these, at the very least, as a group, are a pretty hard, good third option. And then everything else is kind of icing on the cake. This drive engine and mech core, that kind of depends on how much traveling you're doing manually. But yeah, I feel like that's pretty much where we want to be. Do I want to set up warpers here right now? I kind of do. They don't take a great deal to make. I could very easily set up a thing over here to do that. You know what? Yeah, let's do that real quick. Alright, so you are going to be accepting warpers. And all I'm going to do is take a line over here for green science. And we're going to use the back end of this. And I don't need to make a terribly huge amount of these, because they do make 8 of them at a time. And they don't take a ridiculously long amount of time to craft. I mean, it's 10 seconds, but you're making 8. So you're making like 0.8 every single second, and we don't use them terribly quickly. So that is one reason why I am happy to do this. We'll give you this remaining 7. The remaining 7 drones that I have in my inventory, because I think that'll be enough. And actually, you know what? Here, you can take these warpers. I don't really need those in my inventory. Now I need to find one of the yeah, your local demanding and remote supplying. You know what? Let's go ahead and... How many warpers do I have in here right now? 600. Let's go ahead and take that up to like 1,000. Nice. Alright, so I've got warpers getting made. I am making more glass over here. Let's go ahead and see if prisms and photon combiners are doing alright. Let's check solar sails. We've got photon combiners. We do have photon combiners. Not a massive stockpile in here, but we do have photon combiners. So we're getting solar sails getting made a little bit faster. How are we looking? Okay, yeah, they're getting launched from main car. How are we doing with the Dyson Sphere then? Okay, so we're at about 50,000 constructed, so we're getting close. One of the other things I need to mention with the construction of this is solar sails have a lifespan. Here, let me go ahead and land so I can get the thing off of the screen there. Solar sails have a lifespan. I've maxed out their lifespan, so right now it's a total of 9,000 seconds. So if you think about it like this, 60 seconds is a minute, 600 is 10 minutes, 6,000 is 100 minutes. So we've got 100, 150 minutes, so it's about 2.5 hours in-game time. Well, in real life time, really. So they will stay up there for 2.5 hours. So I can definitely let these stay up there for a prolonged period of time. Or wait, hold on. 600 seconds is 10 minutes. 6,000 is 100 minutes. So it's 150. Yeah. It's 2.5 hours. So they'll stay up there for 2.5 hours, but after that they will burn up. So I don't want to be launching solar sails forever, because eventually they're just not going to be doing a whole lot. Right now you can see here, you know, all the solar sails that I'm launching are being absorbed to finish up these cells and whatnot. And it looks like... Yeah, one of the big problems is that a lot of these nodes have yet to be finished, which means a lot of these are not going to be able to be finished. So, honestly, it's probably about time that I head over to Minkar 4 and cut off the solar cells from being, or the solar sails from being launched. Yeah, right now, prisms are a problem. I'm not getting enough prisms to continue making the... Oh, because we ran out of glass. Wow! We ran out of glass quick. Do I need to... Well, yeah, this kind of isn't getting used, is it? I mean, I don't want to completely destroy this or divert all of this over to making glass, because we do need bricks for buildings and foundations and things like that. Speaking of which, how many foundations do I have? 400 something? Yeah, let's go grab a couple of foundations. They are somewhere over here, I believe. Right? Which one of you has foundations for me? It might be way over by where steel was getting made, actually. Now that I'm thinking. Now that I'm thinking about it. Foundations, foundations, foundations. Where are you at? What am I... Oh, I'm using hydrogen over here. Actually, no. What am I using hydrogen for? Where is that going? Those are the chips. Where's the hydrogen going? Oh, it's going over here to make red research. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I was wondering about that. Yeah, I might have to tap some more stone in order to make more glass. I've already tapped this stone. Tap this stone. Let's see, that's 750,000, a little less than 1,000,000, so that's like 1,350,000. That's like gonna add up to 2.5 million. There should be another 2 million stone around here somewhere. I'm not seeing it. Oh, here's 1,000,000 of it right here. Ah, yeah, here they are. Okay. Kind of in the way of my other productions, but you know what? The other stone vein that I can access is right over here. So let's go ahead and throw some things around this. Excellent. Temporarily, I will put that there. And where do I want these to go? This way, I guess? Sure, why not? Alrighty, that is simple enough. Yeah, when I started this stream, I never imagined that the thing that I was going to be struggling the most with would be glass. I never imagined I'd have to work on glass for like the first hour or so of the stream, just about. But these are the things that happen when you play a Dyson Sphere program. All of a sudden, you know, those really basic supplies that you take for granted, they rear their ugly head and demand some attention. That's all right, though. I enjoy it. I enjoy the struggle of juggling supply chains. It is fun for me. All right, and you are going to be supplying glass as well. Go ahead and give you... I'm sure I don't need to give you 50. We'll give you 25 drones. Get you making glass. Copy this down the line. And let's start getting power in here. speaking of power, how are we doing on this planet? Okay, 1.15 gigawatts is what we are generating, and we're only consuming 750 megawatts, so we're down around 2/3, demanding 2/3 of what I can generate. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that most of these research towers are completely inactive. Once these research towers kick back in, like, you know, right now they're using 12 kilowatts to do absolutely nothing. But when they're actually running, it's 480 kilowatts each. So it's half a megawatt each, just about. And a lot of these aren't making white research right now because we just don't have the antimatter production at the moment. Which is why I'm just kind of storing the white research that we do have. Although every one of these is 2,000. Damn, we've got over 6,000 white research on standby. That means that I have the ability to get one level of veins utilization. So let's go ahead and run it. I might want to add a couple more of these towers, because this is I mean, it's not terribly slow, but it's a little sluggish. It will be a little sluggish when I start researching things that take, you know, thousands of you know, multiple tens of thousands of white research. That's not going to be adequate, I can tell you that right now. All right, I forgot, I threw some spare graviton lenses that I had on here. So we're making like 8 some odd critical photons a minute, which is pretty nice, actually. I probably should be doing feeding graviton lenses to all of these. That's probably a smart idea. I'm not sure how I would go about doing that right now. That is a problem for a later date, however, I think. Definitely a problem for a later date. Right now I need to get the Dyson Sphere built. Alright, so hopefully if I come over to where critical photons photon combiners are being made, hopefully they are getting enough prisms now. Hopefully you are getting enough glass. Yeah, you've got glass in stock now, and you're constantly bringing in more glass from other stations. It's definitely struggling to stockpile, that's for sure. But that's all right. As long as we're never completely drained, I am okay with that. I do wonder a little bit how iron is doing. We might have to check that out before I head over to Minkar 4 to shut down solar sail ejection. Yeah, it's not really stockpiling as much as I would like, but it is definitely making the prisms that I need. And as a matter of fact, once I shut down the production of or the ejection of solar sails, all of that can stockpile, and I won't be nearly as much of a drain on resources. Let me go check how all of this is doing. Okay, you've got your turbines now, which means supermagnetic rings should be fine. Let me see how... Oof. Yeah. Well, I mean, iron ingots are kind of drained from here, but they weren't draining immediately either, so that's not awful. Magnets are struggling to keep up a little bit. Magnets are definitely struggling to keep up a little bit. Some of this has to do with ore. Yeah, it looks like we're not getting enough ore in to keep up with magnets. Iron, it might just be the, it might not just be that I don't have enough production of ingots right now. Which I can absolutely add on to this to make more ingots. However, it's only going to further compound the issue of not having enough ore. Now again, once this completes, I will have 10% more mining speed, which means these, it's currently making 225 a minute iron ore, covering the 5 veins. That will go up. I don't know what it'll go up to, but it'll go up on every mining machine I have, which is the really important thing. It will just absolutely, it adds up across all of your mining machines very quickly. So I'm kind of tempted to sit here for a little while and wait for that research to get done. Matter of fact, do I have research? I do have research buildings on me. Maybe I'll go ahead and make one more tower just to speed up that process real quick. It is a pretty simple thing. I do want to leave one space in between here. That way I can put the... oh, nope, that's too close. That way I can put a power tower in there if I need to. Which it looks like I do indeed need to. Put a couple extra sorters in here just to take this off of the belt a little bit faster if I need to, in order to fill the towers. Alright, and now I just bloop 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 bloop. And you should watch this research speed, just it'll just cruise right through. Of course, I am taking off of the or through my buffer system for white research. So let me go ahead and add a thing there. That way the supply doesn't get choppy there. But yeah, you can see we're cruising through that. So let me go back to the iron ore. And we will take a look at how that changes. What is the one that covers the most veins right now? We've got 5, 4, 7, 5, 6, 5. Okay, so 7 right here, and it's getting 315 iron ore a minute. Let's watch this change as this this research completes. And then I will head over to Minkar 4. We'll shut down solar sail launching, and some things will back up. We'll start getting carrier rockets built again, hopefully. Nice! So that went from 315 to 336. So it added another 20 ore a minute on that one. I think this was 225. It added about 15 off of that one as well. So yeah, that's a pretty good upgrade. And then if we look at this, we went from like 73.3 something percent down to 68.99%. So I'm using 69% of the ore, giggity, in order to make ingots now. So I'm using less ore, but I'm getting more of it faster. So hopefully that will help out a little bit of this issue over here. If not, I'll have to come back and set up some more iron mining and whatnot. Which is not the end of the world. I've got more ore veins for iron on that planet that have not yet been tapped. So luckily with this right now, it's no secret where Minkar 4 is. You just follow the stream of solar sails, and you'll find it pretty quick like. However, let's go ahead and warp over there, because I ain't got time to wait for 9 astronomical units to pass by. And you'll get to see how I set things up over here on Mincar 4. It's a pretty basic setup, it's nothing fancy. But, yeah, I believe it's up on here at the pole, is it not? Yeah, this is where, well, this is where the launchers are. Or the vertical launching silos. This is where we are firing off all of the solar sails, right here. Oh, okay, cool. And that is doing that. So let's go ahead and just shut that off right here. So it has, and we can hear the hum of the ray receivers as they are bringing in power for everything that is kicking off here. But yeah, this is filled, which means this will stop demanding before long. Yeah, this is already taking its last. And now it's bringing in carrier rockets, small carrier rockets. They are getting built. Excellent. So it's going to bring in some carrier rockets. Carrier rockets are then going to get launched. We are going to further get the stuff here getting made. Oh wow, everything is constructed. Okay, all of these points are now constructed. Okay. So it seems everything that I was doing over there, working with the photon combiners and the prisms and the glass, it seems like that did absolutely make a major difference in making everything. Okay, I'm glad to see that. I'm glad to see that. But yeah, you can see I've already been streaming for like an hour and a half. And what you saw at the beginning was pretty much this, except it wasn't quite as filled in. So it took an hour and a half to get to the point where most of this is filled in. Not all of it, but most of it. So this takes a long period of time to get done with the current production lines that I have. So obviously I need to beef up production of rockets, I need to beef up production of solar sails, all of that stuff needs to, well, it needs to get in gear. Okay, so now I'm kind of thinking I've got 1,000 carrier rockets on their way. Oh, now it's saying no, it's only 526. Interesting, okay. But I've got carrier rockets on the way. So I'm wondering if I can go ahead and start expanding this some more. I mean, if it's saying that all of this is constructed, I can at least start the nodes. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that then. We want... I believe this, because then this will follow the curve of the spherical grid that we have got going on here. And let's go ahead and pause that so I can actually put these where I need to. And right now what I want to do is just figure out the minimum distance that I can do this. And this is just going to be in preparation for filling in the grid later. This isn't really going to be for power generation or for the design or anything like that. Okay, so that's going to be interesting. Okay, so then it will mirror this on the other side then. Okay. That's fine. That should be just fine. And so again, if you haven't been to the other Dyson Sphere streams, Considering this is going to be the first Dyson Sphere, I'm just making this for power. I made it on the smaller side so that we'll be able to complete it a little more quickly. I'm not doing anything crazy with designs here or anything super special. We're just making a big old sphere around the star to generate power. So right now I'm just trying to make a ring around the entire Dyson Sphere that will then connect back up to the other end of the larger piece that I've already constructed. Oops, hold on. Is that correct? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yep, that's correct. Okay. And perspective is everything here, so it can be a little bit tricky to get this completely correct. But you can see over here on the right, as I add nodes, it is increasing the number of structure points that are planned that will have to be sent out. So just this ring around the Dyson Sphere has basically doubled the structure points. So I need an additional, what, 3, 6, almost 6,500 carrier rockets just to complete that ring that's going to go around. Which is kind of ridiculous, not gonna lie. Alright, so from there, let's continue what I was doing here. So let's do this. So far, I like this pattern. I don't know how it's gonna... I don't know if it's gonna be perfectly mirrored on the other side. I hope it will be. But I'm not completely sure that it will be. And we'll get this all filled in and connected here in just a sec. Alright, so we're going to do like that. That. Now we're just going to kind of do our crisscrossing pattern here. And then it looks like here we're going to have to do a larger section, yeah. So I'll go ahead and mirror that on this side then. And then we'll do this. Right, and we'll leave that open. Leave that open. Alright, excellent, cool. And then I will go ahead, then we have to go over here to the Dyson shell. And you can select the pattern. The pattern that I've been going with is this, but there are some other interesting patterns that you could potentially choose. You could even mix and match these patterns. I think I'm just going to make them all uniform for now. And then you just click these areas, and it'll fill in over here with the planned amounts for solar sails that you're going to need. So now our planned sell points are up to 122,000. And this is a small part of the whole sphere, as you can see. This is a relatively small part. So this Dyson Sphere, it's going to take hundreds of thousands, potentially like 1 million solar sails, just to get this built. So we need a lot of solar sail production. And we need a lot of carrier rocket production. Adding in all of this structure, now I need like 12,000 more carrier rockets in order to build that. So now we'll go ahead and let time run. And yeah. These things they're going to start launching the rockets that they had in storage. Because it looks like they still had some from the last time. Oh, they're cycling some carrier rockets through here for whatever reason. Let's go ahead and kill that. And then it'll just send whatever rockets it can out that way. Alright, now I'll put the sorter back. And it can keep doing that for a while if it wants to. I just wanted to create a buffer there so that I could store some carrier rockets here. In addition to whatever would be stored in here. But actually, the more, you know what, yeah, the more I look at that, I don't think it's going to be necessary. Let's just go ahead and throw the rockets in here. Alright. And these, I believe, they're out of... Yes, they're out of their solar sails, so they're not going to be sending any more of those off. Which means you've got all of the solar sails that you need. Which means all of my solar sails now should be going towards Dyson Sphere components to make carrier rockets. What else is going on this planet? I haven't been here for a while, so I have probably forgotten what I've been doing here. Oh, we're doing glass and titanium glass over here. Okay. And then up here... Ah, silicon ingots. Okay, yeah. Those were pretty important, not gonna lie. And then is there anything? What's going on over here? Oh, water. Water to make the titanium glass over there. Okay. That's all good. Titanium for the titanium glass. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much more or less everything. I could potentially tap the iron over here and send that over to Minkar 1. That is something we could do. Where is it? 2 million of it is here. Another 2 million of it is here. So that's half of the iron ore on the planet. Where is the other half? Okay, another 2 million right here. So there should be one more iron ore vein around here somewhere. Right here. Okay. I think we're okay on iron over on Minkar 1, honestly. It's just that the miners aren't getting to it fast enough right now. Yeah, we've got 44.5 million iron ore there, which, considering our current consumption of 69%, That's just a little over 2/3, so actually you can multiply that amount by 1.3, and that's the effective amount of iron ore that I actually have there. So rather than being like 44 something, it's actually closer to 66 million iron ore on that planet, which is actually about what it had when I started building there. So effectively, because of the increase in the amount of veins utilization research that I've done, it effectively has not used any of the iron on that planet thus far. Which is why veins utilization is so important. It will absolutely stretch your resources so much further. Which is important considering, you know, I am going to be doing some ridiculous factory expansions here in the future. Some absolutely ridiculous factory expansions. Oh, right, I was going to be making photon combiners and whatnot over here on Minkar 3 as well. Let's go ahead and warp over there real quick to help alleviate that solar sail situation that was going on. I had totally forgotten about that. Is Minkar 3 on the other side of the ice giant here? It probably is. Yep, there it is. Splat! Okay. And actually, how much? Yeah, there's a lot of iron ore over here as well. I could absolutely start making some stuff over here. There's no reason why I couldn't start doing like turbines and magnetic rings and stuff over here. Magnetic rings are... Okay, well the energetic graphite would be slightly annoying. I may have to set up some more energetic graphite over in Alula Australis in order to keep up with demand. Okay, so a lot of this is working just fine. Frame material is struggling ever so slightly. Do I have frame material being made here? Can't remember if I set that up here or not. Carbon nanotube production is being made here. Which, what is that? It's just graphene and... Yeah, okay, so it's graphene and titanium ingots, which graphene has recovered significantly now that I have added all the extra hydrogen storage. Although, is hydrogen backed up again? Good lord. Hydrogen is backed up yet again. Okay. Yeah, I need to start making this into deuterium ASAP. Because this is obscene. Matter of fact, I'm just going to get rid of this splitter, and we're going to move it down. I'm going to move that right here. Oh wow, deuterium is completely full. Damn. You still don't have supermagnetic rings. Oof, and we're almost out of deuterium fuel rods. Ugh, I don't like that. What is eating all of the supermagnetic rings, then? I didn't even set up miniature particle colliders. I mean, I suppose maybe ray receivers are eating it up. Rail ejectors might be eating it up. They do take quite a few of those. Okay, so I might have to take production of those buildings offline temporarily. Because, yeah, my magnetic rings are just not keeping up at all. But yeah, now that most of the shell is complete on this section that you can see, it's actually doing a pretty good job of blocking out the light. It is wonderful. I cannot wait to be getting more of the Dyson Sphere built so that I can constantly you know, run around the system and not be blinded by the light of that star. But yeah, we can just, we can turn off the HUD here and, matter of fact, I'll even get rid of the robot, and we can enjoy the beauty of everything that's being made there. Where are those rockets coming from? Oh, that might actually be the last wave of rockets. Oh no, they're coming from, yeah, Minkar 4 is over there, okay. So yeah, we can see the rockets streaming in from over there, slowly building the ring. It is pretty freaking sweet. Matter of fact, you know what? Yeah, let's do a flyby of the Dyson Sphere that is currently in construction. I did promise I would do that. I don't wanna forget about that. It's mostly constructed. It looks just a little bit tattered because there are some solar sails missing, but for the most part, it is absolutely filled in at this point. And yeah, from this side, you can see how, you know, the solar sails that are into the shell, you know, they produce that shimmering effect in the sunlight because they're absorbing all of that energy and whatnot. It is beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. It's gorgeous. And then as we get around, you'll see the darker side on the other side here. Yeah, look at that. Oh, it looks so good. It looks so good. Looks straight out of Tron, basically. And then you see a little gap there, a little window. And then we get to the other side. And you can see the extensions, you know, where the ring is being constructed around the star. You can see those starting to get built. They are looking pretty good. Pretty snazzy. I like it. I like it a lot. Alright, where is Minkar 1? That's where I'm supposed to be heading. Where in the wide world is Minkar 1 at? Is it on the other side of the sun? Or the star? It is that way. Okay. Yeah, it's not quite as pretty, the construction, without the solar sails getting launched, but that's okay. we will get there. Mostly it's the nodes right there that use the carrier rockets. Those are the things that really take a massive long time. And if I can get carrier rocket production increased, I think I have increased the solar sail production enough that I should be able to fire those more or less non-stop now. So I think I might even be able to put some more EM rail ejectors up there in order to fire off more solar sails. But right now I got to get supermagnetic rings under control because, you know, deuterium fuel rods aren't getting made, largely because we just don't have the supermagnetic rings. We don't have the supermagnetic rings to ship out there, and I'm not sure if that is because the buildings are eating all of them, or if there is still some kind of supply issue over here with the rings. I may have to expand supermagnetic rings, which honestly, I probably will anyway, because I think I've still only got this one line. Yeah, I've only got this one line right now. So, are you struggling for anything? Magnets are kind of struggling. Again, that's kind of going back to iron ore. I may have to set up some more iron ore production before I expand this. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that then. Let's go ahead and do that. Where is some iron ore that I haven't tapped? Right up here. Yeah, I actually buried... Oh, no, I didn't bury this. It's a little kind of funky, but I didn't bury it. Okay. So let's head over to our research area. There's plenty of iron ore that I can tap over there. There's actually iron ore right here that I can tap as well. Let's go ahead and do this. And again, it's because of the it's magnets that I need that I'm going to go ahead and do this just for straight ore. I'm just going to mine the ore and I'm going to send it off to places to get it produced, rather than trying to set up any kind of smelter assembly here. And we're not far enough in our veins utilization to the point where I would just want to get as many miners on this as possible. But we are starting to get to the point now that we can kind of do a little bit of white research where we have to consider that I might want to expand this in the future. Alright, so let's go ahead and plop this down right here. You are going to be taking iron ore. And let's see here. Go ahead and give you... Do I want to give you 50? No, we'll give you 25 to start, and we'll see if you need more from there. Alright, so now we've got some more iron ore in the system. And I think I will set up another one of those before it becomes a problem. So let's head up here. And let me see here. You're not using... Yeah, you're actually not using all of your capacity. So we'll go ahead and send some more iron ore on there. Come on. Give me the 7. There we go. I'll take 6 from you. 6 from you. 4 from you. 5 from you. 4 there and 5 there. Sure, that'll do, I believe. And is that open? It is open. Excellent. This one, I think I will send around this way. There we go. So now we'll get a lot more traffic out of you. You'll be shipping iron ore to places that need it. Let's go take a look at magnets, see if they are getting supplied properly now. It's probably going to take a little while for the magnets to catch back up. because they demand a lot of ore very quickly. And this is actually probably a really good argument right now for increasing the speed of my drones or my vessels and whatnot. That way, the disparity between how much is actually in and how much is actually on the way can be shrunk. That way, I'll have a much better idea very quickly how my supplies are doing. So actually, real quick, let me take a look at that. How much research does that take? 2,000? You know, yeah, let's just do that. Let's pop that real quick. Because then I'll be able to make sure that everything is being fed. I'll know if there are shortages a lot faster. We're definitely not making enough iron ingots here. So you're being fed. You've got the iron ingots you need. You've got the iron ingots you need. You've got the iron ingots that you need. How is power doing? Okay, power's doing fine. These are effectively dead. So let's go ahead and get rid of these. That frees up some space. Not a lot of space. I don't know if I can get a production line in here. But it frees up some space to get a couple of things done. Certainly I could get like one line of electric motors getting produced in here. And you know what? If I did a couple of things, I could probably... Yeah, I could totally feed a line in there. So yeah, if I need more electric motors, we could jam a line in here and ship it out to here. That wouldn't be a problem. What is eating all of my iron ingots then? Just out of curiosity. And where are we? Okay, so we're at 90% of our power satisfaction, just about, on the Dyson Sphere. We're at 3-something gigawatts. Of course, we're not at peak power request. Some of the ray receivers that were making critical photons are probably not, in line to line up with the Dyson Sphere at the moment. You're getting enough iron ore. And you're getting enough iron ore, but we're still not making enough ingots. Yeah, this is loading back up here. Yeah, now that's done. Now we're gonna see, this is gonna shrink real quick. Or at least a lot quicker than it has been. Right now, because the ore was running out, the magnets weren't getting produced. Right now this is low, and a lot of things were probably drawing magnets, but it looks like this is going to start stockpiling magnets again here in pretty short order, which means this is very quickly just going to go whoop. Once this fills up, this is just going, and that'll be the end of that. So iron ore will not be an issue. Iron ingots, on the other hand, okay, iron ingots aren't completely drained, but I definitely can see that I need to expand this. This definitely needs to be expanded sooner rather than later. So let's go ahead and do that. And I probably don't need a massive extension. So I won't do anything too crazy. I think I'll do like... 5 on each side to start here. That should be able to power things pretty comfortably here. So that's an extra 10 iron ingots being made. Hold up. What is this? Yeah, it's 1 every second. So we're making an extra 10 iron ingots per second, which in the long run really is nothing. It's absolutely nothing. Oh, okay, this did get drained completely. I am a little surprised by that. Okay. So maybe I should massively extend this then. I don't have an infinite amount of room here, but let's go ahead and use the room that I do have, or at least most of it. Excellent. Okay, so that's an additional 20 iron ingots per second being made. So now if I run down here, my only real question is... yeah, this is getting saturated to the point that these are not even exporting. Which means I probably need to do something along these lines. So where did I make that break? I made it right here. So if I do the same thing here, that means everything will be able to output all of their iron ingots a lot better. Right now, stuff like this is offloading their iron ingots first. You know, they've got a bunch to offload. So it's going to take a little bit. It's going to take a little bit. But eventually these iron ingots will get in there. There we go. Now they're starting to get out there. There we go. There we go. That's what I like to see. I like to see thousands of iron ingots in storage. That is what I like to see. Okay. So we've got our iron ingots under control. We've got magnets semi under control. I'm a little surprised this isn't completely full yet. I'm a little surprised about that. How am I doing on white research? I know I just used 2,000 of it real quick. Looks like I've got 4,000 stocked up. I would kind of like to do another... ooh, that's 8,000. Ugh, okay, that's not happening. No. No, what is the next level of veins utilization? 8,000? I could do ray transmission efficiency. Could do that. That might not be a bad idea to give me some more power. Because right now the main thing that's holding back my white research is just antimatter. I don't have the antimatter. And the reason I don't have the antimatter is I don't have the critical photons being produced just yet. Now, if I could get some graviton lenses in here, it would double my production. Let's go take a look at graviton lenses. Again, I'm pretty sure those Oh, right, I needed to get deuterium over there. That's right, I forgot about that. On Minkar 3. So, over here, somebody's making fractionators, right? Yeah, let's go ahead and grab like 60 of these. And I'll head over to Minkar 3 shortly. Not right now, but shortly. And we'll head over there and get that all set up. So I can make a lot more deuterium, although my deuterium was completely full. Graviton lenses, how are you doing? You are entirely full. And my strange matter is somehow full. Probably because I just haven't been making any graviton lenses for a while. Let's go ahead and open that up. You are completely full of strange matter. That is shocking to me. Let's go ahead and increase the buffers on these. The main reason I had these low in the first place was just because I didn't want to strain my supply while I was setting these up. And a matter of fact, I just got iron ingots, you know, really going again. So yeah, the supply on those isn't super great. But I actually have strange matter. In which case, let's go ahead and just max that out for strange matter. Because I already have it stockpiled. And for the most part, this is doing just fine. Matter of fact, I can even go ahead and lower this. Alright, and then the other buildings, right, the other buildings that were being made, I wanted to check those out. Yeah, I've reduced EM rail ejectors, so they're not using my supermagnetic rings nearly as much. These aren't using supermagnetic rings a ton, because I'm not making any more ray receivers. I am glad I made all the ray receivers that I did. I probably won't have to make any more ray receivers for a very long time. But there is absolutely no doubt that it was eating up my supermagnetic rings hardcore. Matter of fact, let's just put that to storage. I don't want to make any more of these for the time being. And now that I have magnets under control, let's go ahead and make some more supermagnetic rings. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to build them right off of this line. I'm going to make sure that they're offset in a way that I can utilize it. So we're going to do it just like this. Run this back this way. Matter of fact, I'll just join up with the line over there. Because I don't imagine, with the way that supermagnetic rings get made, they're kind of slow. I don't imagine the output could possibly choke. If the output on supermagnetic rings chokes, that's pretty ridiculous. Alright, so you are making supermagnetic rings, my friend. Let's go ahead and address power before I copy this down the line. And I may add more than just these 15. I will have to see. Because I am a little bit worried about these resources on this line, whether or not they will be able to keep up. Okay, so everything is eating as intended. Why aren't you... You're not getting magnets? Oh, did my magnets die? Oh yeah, it looks like magnets aren't coming out fast enough to get down the line. So a lot of these aren't even getting made. Okay, so there's another thing I could potentially research. Is this thing right here that increases the number of the stack that comes out. That's actually really interesting. Is there a statistic for that over here? I'm not seeing one. It might add one as soon as I unlock that, though. Speaking of metadata, how am I doing for that on this save? Not super amazing, but then again, I haven't really been, you know, pushing this hard. I'm not, you know, mostly because I don't have the antimatter. I don't have the antimatter. I don't have all of this getting constructed yet. Things are starting to get over here, but again, I've got like 10,000 more carrier rockets that I've got to make. So yeah, you know what I might do? I might go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and cut that off. Go ahead and build that up. And then take it back down. Build it up, take it back down. And I will pull magnets out this way. Specifically so that this line has its own fresh supply of magnets to pull from. That probably means I'm not making enough magnets now, but I can alleviate that problem in short order. And as a matter of fact, I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of the ones that are trying to pull off of this line. Yep, you are completely out of magnets. Oh, and you have no drones. Why do you have no drones, friend? That is very sad. Here, have 25 drones if you don't mind. Alright, so let's go ahead and get magnets sorted out. I might have to just start a new line rather than extend the one I have. We'll have to see how much space I have and what the belts look like. Oh, I have a line right here that I can expand. Really? How are you doing for ore? You are doing fan-freaking-tastic. Let's just go ahead and extend this then. Alright, so, and I've got plenty of room to extend it as well. That's very nice. Could you not do that? Thank you, good sir. Autosave is making my heart stop every once in a while now. Now I imagine this is going to start to pull on that supply of iron ore pretty quick when I do this. Nice, I can do 15 on each side. Whoo! That should definitely help the magnet flow now. The magnets should be flowing quite nicely over here. Oh, right. Most of that magnets are getting directly belted into here. That's right. Okay. So hopefully it won't be demanding the magnets that are getting made over here then. Not over there. Over here. And then these will even be able to supply other places eventually. Oh, I only gave it like 15 drones? Really? Here, let me give you like another 25. You'll have 40 drones. Be able to pull from all over the place and supply all over the place, hopefully. And then let me just very quickly check over here. Right, your iron ore is doing fine. How large is this? Ooh. Whoa! That is not a small facility for magnets. Absolutely. It is by no stretch of the imagination small. Let's go ahead and extend this just a wee bit. I think I'll add like maybe 5 more on. I think that'll be enough space for 5. Yeah, very good. Alright, so 10 more magnets on that line then. And with any luck, the combination of those 2 lines will start satisfying the supply that I need over at super magnetic rings. Because it really doesn't help if I expand production if it doesn't have the resources that it needs. Yeah, it's pulling those magnets in hard. It's pulling them in real hard, but it's also using them up real fast. It is chewing them up and spitting them out. I might straight up need a new production line for magnets. Or I might need to expand one of those lines even further. Which unfortunately is going to eat up even more of my iron ore. But, I mean, if that's what I've got to do, then I guess that's what I've got to do. I think this is going to work out, at least temporarily, though. I think that'll manage to keep up. These are going to start sending out their super magnetic rings all over the place, wherever they need to go. So for the time being, let's call that good. We'll head over to Minkar 3, and I want to get the hydrogen under control there. Okay, so there's Minkar 4. Where is Minkar 3? It's around here somewhere. Here, let's just head for the star, and I should be able to find it easily enough. There it is. It was really close to Minkar 1, which is why I could not find it. Yep, there's Minkar 1. There is Minkar 3. And what is that place? Mebsuta. Okay, 6 light years away. Another blue star system. That would be a wonderful place to set up a Dyson Sphere as well. My beard is getting a little itchy. About that time to shave it, I think. Let me get right side up, at least for the compass. Yay! A super magnetic ring shipment. We might actually be making deuteron fuel rods now, so that I can make some more carrier rockets. Because that had to be getting just absolutely choked to death. Alrighty. Let's go find deuterium fuel rods. They are getting made right over hither. Yes! You have supermagnetic rings. You are making deuterium fuel rods. Excellent. So if I go over to where the carrier rockets were being made. Right over here. Yeah, they are out of deuterium fuel rods. They are out of Dyson Sphere components. Dyson Sphere components is mostly held up by frame material now. Okay. Where was I? Was I making frame material here? Yeah, frame material is right over here. What's holding you up? Carbon nanotubes. Okay. Well, I've got graphene here, and I am making carbon nanotubes here. So, time to set up another line of chemical plants to make more carbon nanotubes? I think that might be the case. Do I have chemical plants on me? I do. Excellent. Okay, so let's set up deuterium first, because right now the amount of hydrogen I have is completely obscene. And then I will set up another line that's going to go into... Well, should it go into there? You know what? No. I'm going to set up a line that's going to go into here, because this is where the deuterium gets used anyway. Alright. So, if I make storage right here... let me zoom in. I want to make sure that this lines up properly. Yeah, just like that. Alrighty, and so now what I want to do here right, we've got graphene going in, so let me go ahead and get the wall of graphene back up and running. I'll get that graphene buffer. That way graphene isn't the thing that's piling up. And let's go ahead and get the fractionators running. Of those. Go ahead and reverse this like so. Run these down this way. 15 just like that. Oh, it didn't do the... Alright. And then I'm going to run another 15. Just like this. And reverse it this way. To make 15 more. Excellent. Now, generally the way I would do this, I don't know if we would want to connect all 60 of these, or no, all 30 of these, I should say. I don't know if I would want to connect all 30 of these on the same hydrogen line, but you know what, we're going to experiment and see if we can do that. I imagine that you probably could without too much difficulty. ship that back up that way. Excellent. Import priority is that way. And then let's go ahead and set up the output belts before we do anything with the power. Alright, so that's one of the belts done. Let's go ahead and do the other. Well, I say done. I mean, it's... The belt itself is constructed. I need to connect all of the fractionators. However, I can set up the power for the fractionators and get them up and running first. Okay, and I believe we can do this. Yeah. That doesn't look the prettiest, but that's alright. Alright, let's go ahead and get power for these. Do I want to? No, I can't do it in there. That's unfortunate. And then, oh, I didn't leave enough room in the middle here. I would have thought that would have been enough room. Okay, so I guess I need more space then. Either that, or I would have to use the satellite substations, which I've never used before. They do require, or they do make a much larger radius of power, and that could potentially be useful here. I just really don't want to have to use them. Alright, well, I guess what I'm going to have to do then is... we'll move this. For the most part, all of this is fine. I'll get these powered up. There we go. And then... that's as close as we can get. And then I guess we'll just do it like this. I might as well get these powered up first. And we will connect them as needed. Excellent. Oh, this takes a little while to set up, but it will be worth it in the long run. Now that I've got super magnetic rings coming in, I am making my deuterium fuel rods a whole lot more, or rather, you know, they're just straight up making them, and we're sucking in the deuterium pretty quickly. Especially since we're actually going to be, you know, using those to make carrier rockets relatively quickly. if I can speak, good lord. We weren't really using them all that quickly before, because we were pretty much just using the deuterium fuel rods in order to make power for our mini fusion power plants before. But now we are definitely using them. No, I want you to go right here. Thank you. Gotta really zoom in to get in here tight and connect these up properly. But we should be making a pretty good amount of deuterium here. Nope, that one. Thank you. Once again, perspective is everything in this game. You have the slightly wrong view, and the thing you think you're clicking on is not what the game decides you're clicking on. Yeah, hopefully that will alleviate some of my woes with hydrogen, because it has been backing up non-stop just about. But yeah, now we've got hydrogen flowing through here real good. Although, is there a backup here somewhere? Because it looks like hydrogen's flowing this way. Yeah, at some point it just stops flowing. And I'm not real sure why. Yeah, it's not fractionating anything. Product stacking. Why is the... Oh, is it because this one isn't going anywhere? Oh, I selected the wrong... You know what, that's why. Yeah. Here, let me just dismantle that real quick. I'll take the hydrogen off of it. Reconnect that, and that'll get the hydrogen to flow a little bit. Well, okay, yeah, it's starting. It's starting. This will eventually chain reaction down. Eventually, it will chain react down to where I need it to go. Yeah, now everything's flowing again. Okay. Yeah, I simply had that set up on the wrong thing. That's all it was. So that's not a huge deal, but yeah, look at this. Holy hell, I have so much hydrogen stockpiled. It is ludicrous. It is absolutely ludicrous how much hydrogen I have stockpiled here. And these have basically been draining non-stop because I put these in here. So this has, you know, 10,000 on each one of these tanks. It's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tanks. That's 80,000 hydrogen sitting there. This is another 80,000 hydrogen. This is all full, so this is another 80,000 hydrogen. And then if I can zoom in a little bit more, figure out where the... Okay, yeah, you're starting to fill up now. Yeah, these are going to start to fill up. Like, it's just obscene how much hydrogen I have just sitting here. Which probably means more than anything that I should probably kick up Casimir crystal production. I should probably start making a lot more of those. I mean, they're really only needed for plane filters, but I need plane filters for quantum chips. And quantum chips are needed for the vertical launching silos, which honestly, I've more or less made most of those that I need. Oh! I could start automating Mark III assemblers. That is another use I potentially have for these. Most of my quantum chips, however, are going to go into making small carrier rockets, though. So, I don't know. I would have to see how the quantum chips are doing back on Minkar 1 to really make that decision. But I think for now it's doing just fine. Yeah, see, this I'm a little worried about. It's using so much of the hydrogen with all of these. Oh no, this is 60. That's right, because this is the line of 15. That's a 15. That's a 15. That's a 15. So this is 60 fractionators all hooked up on one line. By the time they get down to here, you're not getting nearly as much a minute. I'm getting about 900 a minute. That one's getting about 1,300-ish. Here we're getting 1,400-ish. That's about 1,500. 1,500. You're getting about 1,600. So yeah, these are getting about 1,600. These are about 1,500. These are, 1,300 on average, probably, down this line. And then these are only getting about 1,000. So yeah, after about 45 fractionators, the line really depreciates, and you're not putting nearly as much hydrogen through here to get your deuterium generation. So these are only running at 1,000 a second or a minute versus like 1,800. Yeah, even this one, when I've only got 30, I mean, it's the last one on the line is only operating at less than 1,300 per minute hydrogen flow. So I would definitely say that this probably isn't optimal. I would probably try to feed multiple hydrogen lines for stacks of 30 like this. So this should really have its own, these two rows should really have its own hydrogen fuel source. Which I could probably do if I was willing to make some adjustments here. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Let's make sure you have your own hydrogen line. No. Let's pull you out one longer. And then see if I can get you over. I can get you over here. And then we'll bring this back down to ground level. And then I'll simply get rid of that and attach this right here. I would probably want to put a splitter here if I can. I don't know if the vertical will let me. Oh no, it will. Okay, cool. It's going to be a little bit tricky to connect this the way I want it to. Is that going to connect to the one I want? Yes. Okay, good. And now the question becomes, do I want to prioritize any of these? Yeah, so now this one, it's fluctuating between 1800 and 0. Because this is getting blocked occasionally. But these are running at 1800 all the time. And these are fluctuating between 1800 and 0. Because this is getting blocked sometime. Actually, you know what? I don't think this one is necessary. Let me do this instead. Instead, I will simply bring this over, hop both of these lines, where's straight? Right there, and bring this back down into here. Is that right? Oh, no, that is not right. Okay. No, what we want to do is bring this, keep this up, and I want to bring this around, like so, and then we'll bring it down and into here. That's what I want to do. Okay, so that had a bunch of hydrogen in it, and hydrogen is not what I want in there. Let me go ahead and pull all of that out. Put it in here. And then let us pull the hydrogen off of that, and I will give you the deuterium back. There you go. Hydrogen can go back in here. There we go. Okay. So that should have everything running at just about optimal. Well, kinda, sorta. It's almost not getting enough hydrogen there now. In which case, you know what I'll do? We'll just run another splitter here. Doing some sneaky things to make this work. But whatever I gotta do to make this work is whatever I gotta do. There we go. So now you should be constantly getting that 1800. And then you will be getting whatever you get after all of these other ones get all of their deuterium. Right, so that's gotta cycle through here. But that should be a pretty significant improvement. Hold on, I think, yeah, there was still some hydrogen on that line. I was gonna say, why is that not working correctly? There we go. Okay. Much better. Much better, yes. I almost want to... You know what? Yeah, I almost want to say forget the buffer for the deuterium fuel rods and have this as another way to get deuterium flowing in here. That way it doesn't have to pull as hard from over here. That being said, this kind of needs to get pulled from, otherwise this is going to fill up, and then this hydrogen is never going to get used. And it's just it's totally going to back off. Honestly, I think this needs to remote supply hydrogen at this point. I've got so much hydrogen that is being brought in here. It is absurd. Matter of fact, this is actually slowly draining, which is impressive to me. Let's just go ahead and do remote storage here. And it looks like... no. Right-click, get off that, thank you. Looks like the wall of graphene has sucked this thing completely dry. So we need more graphene getting made. We need to put more back into here. And for now, I think that'll do. So let's go ahead and get the carbon nanotubes going. Alright, so that is as close to that as I can get. Go ahead and run this down the line. And it looks like I'll be able to do 14. Looks like I'm going to have to go get some more belts as well. Which is not the end of the world. I will happily take that. Let's see, what is it? It's 3 graphene and one of that. Okay. So I'll run the graphene line first, followed by the titanium. Now, how are you doing on your graphene? Let's just go ahead and max that out. And go ahead and give you some more of that. Oh man, it's almost 7:30 already? Woo! Time absolutely flies when I am playing this game. Good lord. Alrighty, carbon nanotubes if you don't mind. I might have to put up a couple of power poles to get some of these things to work right. Let's take a quick look. I'm not seeing any yellow outages. Nice! Love it when everything works out well. Exactly the way I would like it to. Absolutely love it. I might have to expand my production of graphene, to be perfectly honest. That might have to happen. Yeah, looking at this, it's sucking everything dry. And I only have my buffer feeding back into here. So yeah, it looks like I actually have to expand graphene. This has been sitting here for like forever. It's been sitting here for a long, long time. So that is actually impressive that I finally have to expand graphene. Probably use up the last of my belts doing this. I'm pretty sure Fire Ice will have no problem keeping up with all of this. I put like a ring on that entire ice giant, so if it has problems keeping up with this, then we have maxed out what it can handle, but I am sure we are not anywhere close to the... Oh, Echo is playing Icarus, is he? That's actually interesting. I didn't even know he had Icarus. Or actually, I wonder if someone gifted him Icarus. I would love to play some Icarus at some point. It does look really interesting. I'm just not entirely sold. I haven't really seen the end game yet. I haven't seen a lot of that, so I'm not entirely sold on how much replayability it actually has. But it does look very interesting. Let's go ahead and put a couple more of these in. Alrighty, so we should be making that much more graphene now. Yeah, now we're flowing in graphene. Absolutely flowing. And I almost want to consider... I wonder, could I actually manage to do a piler here? Or even here, potentially? It looks like you can't do it right on the belt. Here, let me move the belt and see if we can get it to work that way. This way, hopefully these are not getting backed up. Potentially, hopefully, maybe. Looks like you can't even output. It might be because I cut the line, so then all of this backed up. So let me see, is this one ever going to start Okay, it got a little bit of graphene out. Yeah, there's a little bit more. Okay, yeah, so it was just backed up from when I cut the line. That's not a big deal. So hopefully this will empty out, and then this will start to empty out, and then when I get back to that piler, all of this will be able to output properly. What does it require to make those pilers? Okay, I can make a couple more of those. Let's go ahead and do that. And I will actually make a piler on... Well, will I be able to do this? I don't know if I'll be able to do this. I'm going to try, though. Alright, so this way I should be able to pile the hydrogen and get it to go out a little better. Right now it looks like it's not getting enough to even bother. This one's doing it intermittently, apparently. Whew, that graphene is a-flowing. Alright, let me restore the link to the wall of graphene then. Yeah, even with it pulling that hard, it is still going up. So my buffer system will definitely do its job, I think. Oh wow, and we're just about out of hydrogen here. Nice. Am I am remote demanding hydrogen here. I'm a little surprised that I am. You know, I'm going to put that on remote storage. We're going to put this on local demand. I'm going to pull this down a little bit. So it'll take the hydrogen from over here, and then what I could do here is do a splitter here. I may have to do something like this, but and then run that hydrogen in there as well. We're going to focus all of it into here. So now, all of the hydrogen here should be locally manufactured. And this is just recycling the hydrogen that's running through all of these fractionators. That's the hydrogen that's going into here. It's whatever it's not getting made in deuterium is going into here, and then it is flowing back over to here at the start. And if I pull this up to say 5,000, I can have a whole lot more hydrogen here. But I wonder, if I turn this back to, say, storage, and I stop demanding it from here, how quickly does this fill up in hydrogen? I mean, even if it does fill up, it's not a problem, because it's just going to start filling here. Right? That's all it's going to do, is it's going to start filling here. And honestly, I can go ahead and turn off the output here. I've got plenty of hydrogen stored up. Plenty of hydrogen. Plenty of hydrogen in here, too. So now it is only taking hydrogen that's being made off of this line for now. And the only reason I'm comfortable with that right now is because, honestly, I'm not using a lot of the deuterium. Yeah, fuel rods are piling up right now. Mostly because I bet carbon nanotubes still are not... They're still not able to keep up and make enough frame material. At least that is my guess. Where is frame material being made? Right over here, yep. And right now, carbon nanotubes are just absolutely being decimated. I don't suppose I can remote demand those from anywhere, can I, within the system? It would be nice if I could, but it doesn't look like that's happening. Alright, well, we'll just put that on storage then. So I need to make a lot more carbon nanotubes here. Or I need to set another one of these stations up for bringing in carbon nanotubes from out of the system. One or the other. It's going to have to be one or the other. I might have to start making a lot more, you know, yeah, let's go ahead and put carbon nanotubes on here as well. And I'm going to have to set up a lot more of this. We're just going to have to set up a massive belt of these to make carbon nanotubes here. However, I am pretty much out of belts, so let's head over to main car 1. And we will see what we can see over there. Nope, that's main car 4. Main car 1 is on the other side of the partially constructed Dyson Sphere. So we'll get another flyby. We'll see what the progress is like on the Dyson Sphere thus far. I can already see that the ring is starting to get some good production. It's starting to get built pretty nicely. Very quickly, let me take a look at... Yeah, so I still need like another 9,000 or 8,500 carrier rockets right now. So carrier rockets are the one thing that's holding me back, really. It's just nothing but carrier rockets. Let's go ahead and speed up a little bit more here. I would really like to get through here. Let's go ahead and rotate. Are we seeing the outer or the inner? It looks like we're seeing the inner. Okay, so let's go ahead and go this way then. And you can fly straight through the Dyson Sphere, by the way. You absolutely can. You don't have to worry about bouncing into it. Same. Well, not the same with the star. The star you actually can't like fly through, but you can't like fly into it and burn up or anything like that. Okay, so yeah, I'm starting to see the outer shell here. The outer nodes and frames starting to get put together. So that's starting to look nice. It's starting to look nice. Turn a little bit more towards Minkar 1. Yeah, it's coming together. It's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of time. Mostly a lot of time of just like trying to constantly improve the production to make carrier rockets faster, make solar sails faster, and just pump everything we possibly can into this Dyson Sphere. Yeah. Eventually, we're going to be making so many carrier rockets, hopefully at least, that our bottleneck is going to be the number of launching sites that we have, in which case I'll have to expand that over on Minkar 4. But for now, the bottleneck really just is, you know, how many carrier rockets I can make. So let's go ahead and grab the belts. I don't really need sorters. I'll grab a couple of sorters. I'll grab more belts than I normally do. I'll grab like a little less than a stack of sorters. I think that'll work just fine. Let's go ahead and grab the hydrogen, get that out of my inventory, get the deuterium out of there. I don't need that one bit of stone. I don't need the 3 iron ingots. I don't need that 4 steel or the 6 magnets. We can go ahead and get rid of those. Solar sails. Solar sails are completely backed up. Now that I'm not launching them, they are completely backed up. Excellent. You know what? Here, you can have my 16 gears. I don't need those. How is prisms are doing? Nice. Okay, good. Glass is full up. Excellent. Let's go ahead and max out prisms. Let's go ahead and get me a little more circuit boards over here. And here, I'll slowly feed you the glass that I have, if I can. Here, I'll just put this on supply. Or on storage, rather. That'll let me get some of the glass out of my inventory. Because now I'm not really making a lot of things by hand. I really don't need a lot of these basic resources in my inventory. They've kind of been holding me back in some ways. Oh, that's all of the glass that I had on me. Very good, very good. I don't need the 1 fractionator. We can get rid of that. I don't really need... Well, hold up. I've got a thing for solar panels over here, right? Yeah, you can take the extra 3 solar panels. And then... Oof. Do I want to get started on making Mark III assemblers now? Because I have the required materials. And then I can upgrade all of my assemblers. I could start to do that. I don't know if that's necessarily a step that I need to do. but I could consider that. Strange matter is maxed out. Let's go ahead and get more iron ingots and more particle containers over here. What does strange matter stack to, out of curiosity? Let me check that real quick. It stacks at 100. Okay. You know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and put, like, not a massive storage buffer, but a little bit here. That way we can constantly be making the strange matter. And we can constantly be making graviton lenses here shortly. Yeah, you're just making the Mark II assemblers. So I could make another small thing here, somewhere. Maybe here? Yeah, and then I would just cut this off, get rid of all of these, and then I guess we'll throw, well, no, we won't. You know what, let's do Mark II's, particle broadband, and the quantum chips. And I will reverse this. That way this can go into here. And then I'll just pull... yeah, I'll just pull the lines that way. Okay, so what is... particle broadband is the most heavily required item. Followed by the quantum chips. Followed by the assemblers. Excellent. And yeah, like 3 of these will be fine. Okay, so let's demand like 2,000 of those at the start, 1,000 of these. Go ahead and put 25 drones in here. And demand and demand. This way we won't strain the supply too much by demanding a full-on thing of... let's go ahead and mark 3s. Let's hold, like, again, 500 of these, probably. It's probably more than enough. And then we'll put the assemblers in there. Yeah, and we'll start upgrading these. A lot of these probably really don't need upgrading, but might as well. So that'll be a use for the quantum chips and whatnot that are being made. And I believe those are being made right over here. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that didn't even make a dent in the quantum chips, hardly. Of course, I'm not doing any research at the moment, so that's one of the reasons why it's not making a dent. Where was this again? It's over here somewhere. Ah, here it is. So yeah, let's go ahead and grab like 3,000 of these. And then let's fully demand all of the particle broadband, which is being made right here. Excellent. Go ahead and increase these a little bit. That will help my help to make sure any problems with supply are mitigated somewhat. I might be able to spot them before they really become a problem, before all production halts. Yeah, probably these are among the first things that I'm going to upgrade. I will upgrade the quantum chip things, obviously. Those are pretty important to upgrade. Nice. So those are all Mark IIIs. Now, of course, this is going to increase the amount of power that the grid is going to demand. But honestly, I think that's fine. I should have more than enough power right now. Yeah, especially considering that the Dyson Sphere is, you know, getting more and more powerful all the time. It's up to almost 3.6 gigawatts, which is pretty nice. 3.6 gigawatts! Okay, now I've only got 30 of those making quantum chips, okay. That's fine. But they will make them faster now. So much faster. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and upgrade one of these. Right now, plane filters aren't a problem. I'll wait for these to get... Yeah, right now this whole line is still backed up. But yeah, when I'm really making quantum chips, this should definitely start pulling these lines pretty good. Unless I really brute force this and made way more plane filters than I could ever need for making the quantum chips that I currently have. Of course, if I did calculate this perfectly, it was also calculated for the Mark II assemblers rather than the Mark IIIs. But I would like to see this completely drain, simply because I would really like to see the difference between the Mark III assembler and the Mark II. I mean, this says 1.5 times, and this is 1 time, so it should be 50% more. So if these are making 5 a minute, then if I upgrade all of them, they should all be making 7.5 per minute. So upgrading this entire line would definitely make it, you know, produce 50% more, which is excellent. It just obviously starts taking a lot more power. Yeah, I can already see that power increase is ridiculous. So the Mark IIIs, they take just a little over 1 megawatt, whereas the Mark IIs take half. So you get 50% more production speed, but you need twice the power, which is one of the main reasons why I haven't been using them for a while, is just because, oh my lord, they want power. They are so hungry for power, it is ridiculous. Right now I'm meeting all of the demand of the Dyson Sphere. Or my Dyson Sphere is meeting all of the demand on my power grid currently. However, again, I already know that peak requested power is 4 gigawatts, so I'm not going to bank on, you know, having any more power. So I'm not going to put any more ray receivers down to try and get power. Because this is, I mean, it's not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but if I really start cranking out everything, if I really start upgrading absolutely every single assembler out here, like the power demand is going to start getting ridiculous. I do want to upgrade these, I really do. The things making buildings, the automated building stuff, that can probably stay, but like for a lot of this main stuff, I definitely want to upgrade these. And it's going to start absolutely destroying my power grid when I do this. Right, because it doubles the power requirement. So essentially, however many of these I have, which apparently is 150, it's like I just added 150 Mark II assemblers to my power grid. That's essentially what it's doing. So yeah, just that, I am getting closer towards constantly consuming a gigawatt of power, which is crazy to think about. It is absolutely crazy. So how am I doing for plane filters right now? Plane filters are actually doing pretty alright. I mean, obviously, the amount of plane filter production that I have right now can't keep up with the amount of quantum chip production. I can see that, but it's not a problem right now because I'm not gonna have a huge quantum chip demand just yet. Should I upgrade graviton lenses? That's a good question. Because mostly these aren't really bottlenecked by their production speed per se. They're usually bottlenecked by how much strange matter they can actually pull in. Here, go ahead and take the assemblers, Mark IIs. I don't have a use for them right now. Oh yeah, and I need a couple more. Yeah, give me like another stack of those, because I used all of them over on Minkar 4. Yeah, we're stacking up strange matter pretty nicely right now, but once I really get going, that will absolutely change. So yeah, I think I'll hold off on upgrading these. Microcrystalline components, how you doing? You are doing just fine. Let's go ahead and demand more of these, just so that we can get those over here. I want to make sure you are always supplied with the things that you need. Oof, that titanium glass pull. That titanium glass pull. And that's getting pulled hard because we're making plane filters. We're making plane filters non-stop. And I upgraded 150 of those things. So it's like I added 75 more of the Mark II assemblers to that plane filter line. So it is going to pull real hard on titanium glass. That being said, this is fine Mostly because they're going to be coming in at 1,000 at a time, and they're going to be coming in, you know, they're a little staggered, they're a little slow to get here from when they initially respond to, oh, we've got 9,000, let's request another 1,000. And then it has to come in from another planet. As long as the amount of titanium glass, wherever they're pulling from, is keeping up with the demand, this can continue for indefinitely. So it's not really a problem that this is mostly blue. I don't like that it's mostly blue, but it's not really a problem. Let's go, while I'm waiting on more Mark III assemblers, let's go see what we've got stockpiled for white research now. Looks like a little over 4,000. Closing in on 5,000. Okay, closing in on 5,000 white research. That's not bad. That is not too bad at all. I really wish I was... Oh, what the deuce? Antimatter is full? Green! Green research, what happened to you? Oh, I took you off of local demand. Why did I take you off of local demand? What on earth? Why did I do that? When did I do that? I have no idea. Okay, so yeah, I've got plenty of that. Then I can go ham. These aren't getting anything, so yeah, I've got critical photons. Well, I don't have a lot of critical photons banked, but I've got some critical photons banked. Okay, so I can definitely get an upgrade or two. Okay, so let's go ahead and do another... Should I do another level of veins utilization? You know what? It's cheap, and it will probably help me. I'm going to go ahead and grab a level of ray transmission efficiency. And then I'm going to queue up a level of veins utilization. There we go. So now we've got some research going. We're going to get some more upgrades. Because I believe if we look here... where was it? Solar ray basic energy dissipation is 31.621%, which means we're not getting all of the energy off of the Dyson Sphere that I'm requesting. Some of it is going to waste because it's just not getting here. Yeah, ray receiving efficiency is only 81.03%. So that will help increase that. So we'll get more of the power off of the Dyson Sphere. More of the power that the Dyson Sphere is actually producing. Some of it is going to waste currently. And I think I'll actually just chill here for a minute until the until that research is done. Matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and refresh my drink. So I will leave you with the wonderful BRB's screen and be back in just a moment. Okay, I am back. Hopefully I haven't hypnotized any of y'all with the the ray receivers over here. Hopefully I haven't annoyed y'all either. Okay, so 15% less solar ray dissipation. It loses less energy and has a higher transmission efficiency. Okay. So these were 81 something percent. Now they're 83, close to 84%. So it wasn't a massive shift, but it definitely makes a difference in the power grid. Let me find a thing to check here. Yeah, the generation capacity went up from like 1.28, I think, to 1.35. And wow. Wow! I haven't even upgraded all of the things I would like to upgrade, and we are at 1.2 gigawatts. Of course, that's because research is being made. That's why. Research is being made, and so it is redonkulous. How many? I do have ray receivers. Okay, excellent. Are you set? You are set to do that. Good. So I'm going to go ahead and expand my power grid here. I got to get rid of some of the lava over here. And honestly, I should probably make some geothermal plants for when I go to another star system and start setting up on another lava planet, because that would save me a lot of power. Of course, it's not necessary here because I have the Dyson Sphere being built here. And it is already generating a pretty sizable amount of power for me. Alrighty then. So let's go ahead and copy and paste this down this way. Go ahead and get 5 more ray receivers. They will start receiving more power. It is going to take a while. They don't have continuous receiving bonus that the others do, because they've been continuously receiving power from the Dyson Sphere because they have continuously had line of sight of it for quite some time. So this should have slowly increased the power, unless my power satisfaction... Okay, yeah, my power satisfaction is doing just fine right now. So yeah, hopefully with those on there, how much does one ray receiver give me? Oh, right now it's losing the strength, so it's slowly going down. I better check the power grid then. Yeah, my generation capacity is slowly going down now, unfortunately. It looks like we are in one of the few lulls where I'm not getting quite as much power from the Dyson Sphere as I would like. Yeah, I might actually start using some of the power that I have accumulated now. How are we on antimatter? Still got about 4,000 antimatter. Nice. Very, very nice indeed. So, if I've got 4,000 antimatter in the bank, that's still 2,000. Oh yeah, we will finish. We will knock out Vane's utilization. No problem. Matter of fact, you know what? I kind of want to get rid of this and put another one. Seeing as how this junction is right here, these two aren't ever going to go into this one. So, like, I'm only really storing a third of my possible production here, it looks like. Which is really not what I would like to do. So, you know what? Let's... Well, hold on. Do I have the... Yeah, I have the inventory space for this. We'll just do this over here instead. And I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. Let's go ahead and put those in there. And then back to that. There we go. Because having the use inventory on is like really not gonna, it's not gonna make anything happen a whole lot faster. I mean, I guess I could take like a stack of this, and that would make it go just a tiny bit faster. But you can see I'm only using one of these cubes like every 3 seconds, 5 seconds, something like that. So it's pretty slow when they're in my inventory. But hell with it, I might as well do a little bit. We really don't have to expand this because I still don't have the critical photon production. However, I think we're going to go ahead and start working on getting gravitational lenses, or graviton lenses in there. A little bit more. So let's go ahead and produce a buffer for graviton lenses here. Oof, yeah, my power grid is not happy right now. I'm just not in the proper position to be getting power off the Dyson Sphere, sadly. I could potentially put some ray receivers on the southern pole as well, and see if that might help. But honestly, I feel like they would, most of the time, they wouldn't be doing anything. They wouldn't be getting the continuous receiving bonus. So it just wouldn't do a whole lot for me. Okay, so that will start stockpiling extra graviton lenses. And they stockpile at 100 each, so this is only going to store 6,000, 12,000, 18, 24,000. I think that'll be pretty good. Alright, so now what I have to do is find a way to get gravitational lenses in here to the ones that are making photons specifically. That way I can get more critical photons. And I think the way I'm going to do that is get rid of view. And I'm going to pull in a planetary logistics station right here. I can't believe you don't have power. You've got to be shitting me. You're in a field of ray receivers. How do you not have power? How on earth do you, of all things, not have power? Makes no sense. Alright, we're not going to pull a lot of graviton lenses. So now the tricky thing is, because of the poles, our grid is super broken up. So it's going to be difficult to get these receivers to where or these lenses to where I need them. I'm going to need a lot of splitters, probably. I think that's going to be the answer to how we do this. Is just lots and lots of splitters. Alright, and then on this side, I guess I would do one here. And then maybe one here. And one here. Here. You guys are supposed to be making the things, but you're not right now because you don't have any view on the Dyson Sphere. And eventually I might go ahead and turn these two to photon generation rather than power. Because, yeah, these are all on photon. So let's go ahead and put some more splitters in here. It's a little bit tricky to see, but we'll do our best. Nice! Veins utilization level 7. Our miners are going to be even faster, and they're going to be using even less ore. Okay, so I think the way that we want to do this here is simply throw graviton lenses here. And I'm going to link up all the splitters before I try to give any graviton lenses to the ray receivers. Just because I want to make sure that we can feed everything before I do anything drastic. I may end up... Oof, autosave. Oof. Don't scare me like that, autosave. Because I may end up deciding I want to do this a completely different way, and in which case I'll just tear everything down, and it's going to be a mess if I'm already feeding certain ray receivers and whatnot. Okay, and then from here, I'll pull another belt of these out. Pull those into there. Do it that way. And for those who are not aware, all of these graviton lenses do is they allow the ray receivers to receive the rays or the energy transmission off of the Dyson Sphere in a much wider range, because they're using gravity. I mean, they're literally gravitational lenses. They're using gravity to bend light and any other particles that might be coming their way, or waves. However the energy is transmitted. I don't know if it's in particles or waves or what. I am not an astrophysicist or any of that shit, but yeah, it allows you to bend those so that it is a lot easier for them to receive, and then it also doubles the production of them as well. So like right now would not be a good time, because I'm really not getting anything off of the Dyson Sphere. So I'll have to wait until this kind of comes back. How is the Dyson Sphere doing right now? It is doing... Yeah, right now we're only requesting like 70 megawatts off of it, which means we're barely taking anything from it on this planet. Because I just don't have a good... yeah, I just don't have a good angle on it. Oh, wow. The southern pole is actually getting all of the power right now. Okay, you know what? Fine. I said I wasn't going to do it, but you know what? Hell with it. I'm going to do it. Oh, let's go ahead and put these white cubes back. The universe matrices, we'll go ahead and put those back. I see no reason not to. Bloop. So that is almost 1,000 white research. Do I have... I do have ray receivers. Not a terribly large amount, but I have them nonetheless. So let's go to the other pole. And assuming nothing is there to hinder me, I will put down some ray receivers. Something is there to hinder me. Get out of the way, lava. I can't be having you here. And these are literally just going to be for power, so I'm not going to bother trying to feed graviton lenses here. Really, the only reason you would feed graviton lenses anywhere is to make photons. Because making photons requires a lot of power, and you really want to get as much as you possibly can out of those. Here, foundations. Just local supply me like 1,000 of these. Actually, you know what? Local supply me 2,000 of these. Just bring them to me. I don't know where they're at. I don't have time to go search for them. Just bring the damned foundations to me. And this is the lovely thing about setting this whole system up the way that I did, is you can just be super lazy if you want to and be like, yeah, just bring me the stuff. I don't want to go get it. I don't want to go search for it. I don't know where it is. Excellent. Okay. So, we will head back to the pole then and get all of this taken care of. Honestly, if I really wanted to, I could probably cover the entire planet in foundations at this point. There is an achievement for doing that. I believe the achievement is called, I saw this in the movies once, which I believe is a reference to Star Wars. It's a reference to Coruscant, I believe, because it's literally completely paved. Or at least that's my understanding. We don't see a whole lot of Coruscant in the movies, really. I mean, you see a couple tidbits of it here and there, especially in the what is it, the second movie? Well, Star Wars Episode 2, where the Queen or whatever, Natalie Portman's character, is under attack or is suspected to be trying to be assassinated or some ish like that. I don't know exactly what it is. It's been a while since I've seen that movie, honestly. But yeah, you see little snippets of Coruscant on there, and I believe it is entirely urbanized. So I think that's what the reference is regarding that achievement. But it takes a lot of foundations, a lot of foundations, and it's going to take soil pile as well. Which I think I took most of the soil pile off of this planet a while ago with putting down storage things and then taking them back up. So there's probably not a lot of soil pile for me to grab. Oh right, I was doing all of this so that I could plop down some ray receivers so I can get some damn power. All right, so let's go ahead and build like 7 or 8 down. I think that should be sufficient. And of course, this copper is going to be in the way, but I'm not gonna concern myself with it too much right now. Lack of item. Really? Oh, wow. I only have one ray receiver with me. Well, you know what? Let's just go ahead and see what this does to the power grid then. Okay, that's helping. That's helping a lot. Also the fact that I'm no longer researching a lot of things. I'm sure research is slowly winding down. That will help with the power demand as well. So yeah, right now we're hovering right around 90-ish% power power demand. Power, I don't know, that doesn't quite sound right. Satisfaction, yes. A little more than 90% now, so probably another thing of research, I would imagine, just went and shut down. And now I'm going to go ahead and do something ridiculous, and we're going to upgrade a whole bunch of assemblers and make my power situation a whole lot worse. Why? Because, damn it. Alright, so I don't want processors to fall behind, so we're going to prioritize those, and then obviously microcrystalline components fuel the processors, so we need to do those. Holy hell, autosave. Oh, and there's even room to expand that line if we need to. How am I doing on silicon? Silicon is coming in. Do I have other... I think I put down a couple more just to record. Yeah, you've got like half a thing worth of silicon, so I essentially have one interstellar logistics station that's nearly full worth of silicon hanging out about here. Yeah, this is going to make my power situation a whole lot worse, but it will make my production situation a whole lot better. At least once the power actually manages to keep up. Our super magnetic rings are actually full. The fact that I had such a problem with super magnetic rings before means I don't want them to not be getting made. So let's go ahead and make a buffer system for these as well. So yeah, that should start pulling super magnetic rings pretty good, which means these will constantly be getting made, hopefully. At least that is the plan. Right, and I didn't even extend a lot of this. So let's go ahead and upgrade these. Whoo! Lot of upgrades. How are we doing on power? Nice! Generation is finally over demand. Oh, we're recharging our batteries. That is very nice. Honestly, those batteries probably aren't doing much for me anymore. Neither are the solar panels. Probably. Matter of fact, I bet the batteries are doing more for me long term than the solar panels are, really. Because these are only producing, yeah, they're producing half a megawatt each at full intensity, and they're only at full intensity half of the day. Whereas an accumulator, you know, it can store a quarter of a gigawatt. So, I mean, honestly, I'm almost tempted to tear down my solar panel belt on the planet. I'm almost tempted to do that. I'm not ready to do that just yet, but I'm tempted. I am tempted for sure. Alright, let's go ahead and put another sorter in here. That way I can pull these a little bit faster into storage. We can get the line producing a little bit quicker. You know what? I might just add another one. Yep, we're gonna do that. Hell with it. Let's do it. Oh wow, the belt can't even support more than 2 sorters on that. Okay. Well, never mind. That's pointless then. Okay, we're starting to get down here, which means eventually the gap will get down, hopefully, all the way around here, and this second line will kick in. Yep, there we go. There we go. It's finally starting to kick in, which means a couple of these assemblers should start rolling. Yeah, there we go. Very nice. That is what I like to see. Constantly making the super magnetic rings, because oof, when we ran out of those, it was a bad time. It was a really bad time. Alrighty, and now we've got no more backups, so let's go ahead and get rid of one of those. Wow, did that almost instantly back up the entire line? I think it did. It instantly backed up the entirety of the line. Wow. Ridiculous. What even is that? Alright, fine. I'll leave you like that then. Otherwise you're not going to get anything done. Let's go ahead and get all of these Mark II sorters out of my inventory. Or Mark II sorters, Mark II assemblers out of my inventory. Right here. There we go. That is where I need to go. Yep, you're a Mark II. Go ahead and plop right in there. What are you not getting? Graphene? What happened to graphene? Alright, I guess we are, I guess we're headed to Minkar 3. We're gonna go see what the hell happened to graphene over there. I'm guessing hydrogen probably went and died on me or something. Or it got backed up, rather. I'm guessing that's what happened. Like, I can't imagine anything else happened. There's no way it ran out of fire ice, right? The buffer could have completely drained it. That's possible. I did extend to make a whole lot more, carbon nanotubes, so that is eating more graphene. But I also extended the graphene production as well. I also added the pilers onto that line, so I don't know, maybe those could be mucking something up. I haven't really used the pilers too much. I just wanted to experiment with that and see if I could get more onto the line if I use the pilers. But I don't know if that's happening or not. Splat. Right, so here's my graphene production line right here. Graphene is definitely flowing in, but we do not have enough to flow out is the problem. Okay, so it looks like the wall of graphene sucked it dry. I guess that's what happened there. And we are out of hydrogen there. Oh, interesting. So now we are no longer using or rather, all of the hydrogen here has been used up. So that's very interesting. And you are also out of hydrogen. You were local supplying and you're out of hydrogen. Very interesting. So the hydrogen I've got here is just the hydrogen that I've got. I mean, that being said, I've got tons of deuterium right there. Tons of deuterium in here as well. Yeah, the hydrogen is actually very, very interesting. I did not expect that to happen. So we've got a bit of deuterium that's flowing through there. Let's go ahead and restore my deuterium fuel rod buffer. Now that things are running properly again, it will start saving up some of those. And honestly, yeah, let's go ahead and upgrade the assemblers making deuterium fuel rods so we can get those made a little faster. How many Mark III assemblers do I have left? Many. Many is the answer to that question. I like that answer. I like that answer to that question. Many. Alright. So, since that is the case, Casimir crystals. Oh, I see. That's what happened to all the hydrogen. That's what happened to all the hydrogen. It got sucked into Casimir crystals. I don't know why I should be surprised, or why I feel surprised. That's actually where a lot of the graphene went as well. Yeah, I was pulling pretty hard to make a lot of plane filters, and we're making the Mark III assemblers, so that's using some of the quantum chips. But mostly, it was the fact that I had, for some reason, put green research on local storage instead of local demand. So it wasn't pulling the green research to make white research anymore. And then I turned that on, and I just burned through like 5,000 of the stuff. So yeah, we went through a lot of quantum chips, and we went through a lot of plane filters when I did that. Abso-frickin-lutely. Okay, so yeah, that was the problem. In which case, yeah, it's probably pulling all the hydrogen that it can off of the ice giant, and it is just gobbling it up, making all of these Casimir crystals. It is just consuming it like there is no tomorrow. So, if that is the case, I need to very thoroughly look at this line and see if there isn't a way for me to run more graphene into here. It looks like there is a way for me to do that. Okay. So, what do I have to figure out here? 2 fire ice makes 2 graphene every second. So 30 of these will saturate the belt in terms of graphene. So, let's see. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 27, or 28, 30. That should be the belt saturated right there. In which case, what I need to do is right here, we're going to cut this, and I'm going to raise it up. Now, can this go over the piler is a question that I have. Oh, it can actually go into the piler. Or wait, is that right? It can straight up go into the piler? No, it cannot. Okay. In which case, you know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of the piler. It's just not doing what I need it to do anyway. Or at least it did. It certainly didn't seem like it was doing what I needed it to do. Alright, we'll keep this elevated. And run this up. And over. Like so. And then I'll pull it down here. Well, do I want to pull it down there? You know what? Can I get a small thing in here? No, I don't think it's gonna let me. I could do one over here. Maybe I could, you know, let's just get rid of one of these. Get rid of you, and then can I put a, I can. Excellent, okay. So we'll do this. And I will local supply graphene this way. What do you mean you don't have power? Honestly. Really? Trying to tell me you don't have power? You foolish fool. Think I was born yesterday? I don't think so. Keep that raised up. And then bring it down like so. And boom, right into there. So that can be my local supply of graphene here on the planet. And as a matter of fact, I can local supply hydrogen from there as well. All I really have to do is make some modifications here. There we go. And I will get rid of the other piler over here because I really don't think it's doing anything for me anyway. Now, the thing with this is it's only producing 1 hydrogen every 2 seconds, so it's half. So I can take this twice as far without messing with the hydrogen line. So right here is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Yeah, I can take that quite a bit further. So let's go ahead and do that. Boo doo, boo, boo, doo. Build it, my minions. Build it! What did I say? I was at 16, so that would be 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, and 30? Okay, so if if my counting is correct, which I'm not going to bank on it, but if my counting was in fact correct, that will then completely saturate that belt for hydrogen. Okay, so as I walk down here now, I should see this hydrogen belt more or less just get completely full. Yeah, it's pretty full. And as a matter of fact, this is... Okay, it is managing to output. It is managing to output. Well, now it's not outputting. It's not outputting its hydrogen at all now. Okay. So maybe then what I will do is I will cut the line at the last set of chemical plants that I made. So right here. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Kindly put that back, thank you. And we will raise this up over this. Bring this hydrogen line all the way down like this. And then we'll bring it down just like the other one. We'll bring it around and into the side here. Okay, and then right here, I'll go ahead and double raise this up. That way I can go over the other belt that I've already raised. Okay, come on, how close do I have to be? Something like that. Yeah, so here's where the other one was raised. And we'll take this line of graphene over this other line of graphene. So we're going to have a lot of multi-layered belts here, which is going to be very interesting. No, what I want you to do, friendo, is... I need you up. Up, friend, up. Kind of like that, but not like that. I need you up. And it's so much more difficult because this tower is kind of in my way. There we go. This is what I want. And we're going to bring you over one, and then we'll bring you down. Well, no, we'll let you stay up for a little bit longer. Right there, maybe? And then we'll bring you all the way down. Well, no, hold up. Now that I see how that's going to work out. There we go. That will allow me to get another belt or two underneath there if I deem it necessary. So now we've got all the belts running along here. And let's finish constructing this. And we can put even more graphene production in here. And honestly, right now, I'm going to expand the graphene production, really, just because I want to expand the hydrogen production, because apparently Casimir crystals are hungry. They are hungry! So very hungry. So I need to do something about that. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. And I don't imagine Fire Ice will have any problems getting all the way down here, because again, I've got plenty of Fire Ice, and it takes a while. I mean, if there is a problem, I can do something about it, but for now, I don't anticipate it being a problem. Alright, so now I've got tons of graphene being made. Got a pretty good amount of hydrogen being made as well. Yeah, now it's starting to pull on that Fire Ice line. We may not end up using all of these, just because Fire Ice won't be able to keep up. But for now, it's kind of looking like it'll be fine. If it doesn't, it might cut off like the last 2 or 4 or 6 or whatever on this line, but I'm not that concerned about it. It should be just fine. Okay, so now I have got hydrogen flowing through here once again. And you do have a little bit of hydrogen as well. Nice. Just a little bit. Oh wow, it's actually pulling on the Fire Ice a little bit as well. That's kind of crazy. Wow, deuterium here is just gone. It is straight up gone. I might... You know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and put another thing out. And let's pull that even harder. I'll pull the storage even harder so that we're making more deuterium fuel rods here. And as a matter of fact, let's go ahead and upgrade the number of supermagnetic rings to 6,000. Okay, now let's go check out frame material. I believe, yep, once again, carbon nanotubes. It's getting crushed. Absolutely crushed. We've got all the graphene I could ever want right there. So, how many chemical plants do I have left? I have 14 in my inventory? Okay, that's not going to work. So, since that's not going to work, let's go ahead and head back to good old Minkar 1. I'll grab some more chemical plants and we will expand carbon nanotube production. And then after we do that, I think I'm gonna open up the floodgates, and I'm gonna let solar sails fly once again. We're gonna see if we can get some more of the Dyson Sphere built. I should have plenty of solar sails built. And if I look at the thing here, we have been sending out rockets on a regular basis. Right now, it looks like we don't have enough to ship out to Minkar 4. And it looks like we are still short just under 6,000 rockets, about 6,400 rockets-ish. Oh, no, it is delivering. Okay, so it just started delivering rockets again. But yeah, we're 6,000 rockets short of completing all of the frames that I have started. But we should have a good amount to start filling in this stuff. Because again, I constructed a little less than 60,000. We have planned 120. So I need to throw out another 60,000 solar sails to get all of that going. And that is going to take a while. I may, in fact... Well, we'll have to see how the solar sail supply holds up. But if it holds up, I might actually put down a couple more EM rail ejectors out at Minkar 4. I might, anyway. We'll have to see. Whoa! That was fast. It was so fast, and things were trying to load so quickly that it lagged the game super hardcore. Whew. All right, here we are. Yeah, how is? Yeah, plane filters are fine. I've got all the Casimir crystals, so now it's just stockpiling Casimir crystals back there on Minkar 3 now. Let's go ahead and make sure I have everything I need for... yeah, let's grab a couple belts and sorters. Not a huge amount, but some. And then I need to grab chemical plants, the ray receiver. I can throw that last ray receiver away. Or in somewhere, rather. There. That's what I meant by throw it away. Throw it away to another station. Ooh, you are dead. You have no... Oh, copper ingots died. Oh my. Oh my. Well, if copper ingots have died, then everything relating to the copper ingots is going to die. Like magnetic coils, which means all of the other stuff is going to die. And oof, looks like magnets themselves have died. And not happy. I am not happy with this at all. I might actually just need a new copper ingot production facility. Unless I can expand off of this one. Nope, I can expand off of this one. Okay, this will work. Yep. That'll do just fine. Actually, can I do the, you know what, yeah. I think I meant that I made this space so I could put power poles in between, which saves on power poles. It's nice, don't get me wrong. But I also really like being able to run a third belt of ore. And by doing that, I can make sure that I can just drag that out almost indefinitely. And not worry about whether or not the belts can feed it. Because the belts will definitely be able to feed it. We're just going to eyeball this power pole here. That works. I may need to work on getting some more copper ore as well. We'll have to see here in a bit. And let's go ahead and redo this. Let's see, can I copy that? No, we're gonna have to. Alright, that's fine. I will temporarily gimp my copper ingot production so that I can refurbish this whole system to use triple ore belts. Okay, and there's a couple of spots where I'm gonna have to do some power poles. That's okay. It's not ideal, but it's okay. Alright, cool. So now we'll go ahead and extend this out. Get me some more copper ingots. This and this. Copy this over. 13 of those, sure. That'll work. So that's a total of 26. "26 new smelters making copper ingots." And if that doesn't supply the copper ingots that I need, then oh boy. Matter of fact, right about here, yeah, it looks like the line is getting a little too saturated. Let's go ahead and do this then, and I'll pull that in like so. Do the same thing on the other side here. That way the output doesn't get jammed up, which it temporarily will because I had the line cut for so long, but that is okay. Yeah, there we go. Now we're seeing gaps in there, so all of the copper ingots are getting through now. Unfortunately, now the copper ore isn't doing super fantastic. Although, funnily enough, I've got copper ore right here. Let's do something with that. You're going to be slightly annoying, aren't you? That'll do. That'll do. There, now you've got a little bit more copper ore. I mean, that's not going to be anywhere near enough to solve my problem, but we do what we can with what we got. I figured I might as well utilize it. It's sitting there. Oh, there's actually a lot more copper there. I've just buried a bunch of it. That sounds like something I would have done. Yep, just bury the copper ore, get it out the way. So yeah, copper ore has run out there, which means it's going to start running out in other places if it hasn't already. Ooh, iron ore is pretty well run out as well. Ugh. Okay, there's some copper ore right over here. So you know what? You can supply some copper ore. There's actually iron ore here as well. I'll probably ship that over here as well. These disgusting lava rivers are going to get in my way. We can't be having that. Get out of here. boo, boo, boo. Yeah, I think this'll work nicely. I'm stuck on the machine. Can I get maybe one more in there? Maybe? Maybe two more in there? There we go. That's what I like to see. That's what Papa Fox likes to see. All the ore veins caught in there. Alrighty. Excellent. Let's go ahead and connect this up to the grid. Bada bing, bada boom. And now we will start shipping that over. Auto save. And right up there like so. Nice. How many? You might get pretty busy. Let's go ahead and make sure you got full drones. Yeah, you could. I could definitely see you getting real busy. Now, will that start pulling all of the ore out of you? It does. Okay. And then will that start pulling all of the ore out of you? It does. So then the next one down the line. Yep, that'll do. Okay. And then that one, I don't know if it'll get all of the ore out of that one, but it's whatever. Ooh, how many is that? 7? Nice. And it's at this point I'm going to get another level of veins utilization here soon, where you really, like, how many veins you're covering isn't nearly as important as how many miners you can get on an ore vein, because we're going to start getting the speed up a lot. So every miner is going to be able to pull a lot of ore out of smaller amounts of veins. So you want to get as many miners on here as you can, just about. And so you're not nearly as concerned with how many veins you're covering. And I think this is going to be a case where I probably want to run 2 separate lines. So I'll run all of the bottom ones here on a separate line from the ones on the top. That makes sense to me. Especially as we get more and more upgrades, we're gonna end up getting these things running even faster. So like something like this, right now this belt is entirely saturated. Really what I need to do is just separate these, and I think I'm actually going to do that now. So that they can run on separate belts. Oh, well that's going to look a little disgusting, but oh well. And I'm going to run that up to there, which you might think, well, that's causes the same problem as you had before. Well, that's just because it's more convenient to do this that way, and then get rid of that one, than to move this whole belt, so that's why I did that. Alright, and then we'll do that. So that's got some iron ore coming in now. We'll get some more iron ore coming in. Excellent. Alright, so that should be supplying iron and copper ore to places. I don't know that this will have solved my ore problem. Matter of fact, I would not be at all surprised if it has not. But it will alleviate it to some degree. And I'm going to call that good for the time being. Because I want to take a look at this. Okay. Oh, we're losing our view. Okay. I wanted to see how much antimatter and whatnot we were running. And it looks like not much. How much? Okay, I've got about 6,000 stored. A little over 6,000. What is the next level of veins utilization? It is 12,000. Ugh. Ugh. Not really. I mean, I guess I could grab this. I'm not hurting for the drone or vessel carrying capacity right now, though, really. And the station caps, I don't really feel like those are that important right now. Rate transmission efficiency, on the other hand, that could help a little bit with power. It could help a little bit with power. What do I need? 1,000 to almost double my core max energy? You know what? I'll go for that. It's really just a convenience thing, but it is pretty convenient. I'm not gonna lie. It is pretty convenient. How am I doing on power? Okay, yeah, so that'll start running through pretty quickly once I get that. Oh, this is where foundations were being made. Good to know. How am I on foundations, by the way? Okay, I've got 1,600. That is fine. And then I came over here for chemical plants, so I could upgrade my carbon nanotube production. And in fact, I may have to go over to Alula Australis and upgrade what's going on over there, because I believe it is using the yeah, it's using the what are the spiniform stalagmite crystals? Yeah, those. It's using those in order to make carbon nanotubes as well. I just don't know if I have that set up correctly to export over to here. Or there might not be enough production over there to get it doing anything over here. Let me take a look at my power again real quick here. Okay, so my power is going down, but I still have a good amount of power regardless, because I do have those other ray receivers down south. Matter of fact, let me go put a couple more ray receivers down there. And then, yeah, these guys over here. Let me put a couple more of those down, and then I believe I will head over to Minkar 4, and we will get the, we'll get everything rolling over there. Alright, so 50 of these. And yeah, now they're pulling power. So how is the Dyson Sphere doing right now? Nice. Okay, yeah, because all of the critical photon production is on the other side of the pole. I can pull tons and tons of power here, if that is what I do want to do. There, nice. Nice. All right, more power. More power is good. And I believe with the current upgrades I have, that should more or less allow me to warp pretty much wherever I want, as long as I have a full charge, so to speak. I was just talking about needing copper. Well, here I am about to bury more copper. I need copper to make copper ore, but you know what? We're just gonna bury these because they're nuisances. They're in my way. Alright, so I should be making all the power I could ever need now. If that isn't enough power, then I don't know what is. Yeah, 1.5 gigawatts. That is very nice. Very nice indeed. Let me have a quick drink, and then we'll head off to Minkar 4 and begin more construction of the Dyson Sphere. Lovely, lovely tea. Okay, so... and actually, if I put more EM rail ejectors online, you know, yeah, let's go ahead and pull a couple EM rail ejectors. Auto save! Not a lot. Like, yeah, 9 should be more than sufficient. And actually, do I have... I have a couple of splitters. You know what? Let's make a couple more splitters. What do I need for those? Iron ingots, cogs, and circuit boards? Okay. Well, we'll go over there. We'll grab some things that I need to make those. Not a lot, but we'll grab a couple. That'll do there, and grab those. That should be more than enough. You can have those back, and you can have those back. Cool. Alrighty, let's head off to Minkar 4. Drones are running around fast and furious over there. That could make you dizzy real quick trying to keep track of all those. Minkar 4 is on the other side of the frickin' system. It's kind of annoying. We get to see those waves of rockets just coming out of Minkar 4. Very nice, very nice. They are beautiful. Matter of fact, I'll see how many rockets we've got here. Oh, it's just firing off the last of a shipment. Okay, fair enough. Matter of fact, I should probably put down some ray receivers here. Yeah, I have some ray receivers. Let's go ahead and put down a couple more of these, I think, so that we can make sure we've got the power production. I don't have a terribly large amount of them left, but we'll put down however many I've got. And this will allow us to get more power off of the system. Yeah, that'll be good enough, I guess. Alright, let's hook up the EM rail ejectors again. Watch them start doing their magic. Specifically these ones over here. These are the ones that are actually going to have line of sight. There we go. And we'll enjoy the gun show for a little bit while I sip some more tea, because my throat is getting a little ragged. This is how we do things in America. Or at least that's what I'm pretty sure a lot of people would like to think is, you know, we just shoot blindly in a direction and things work out. Unfortunately, it looks like we're kind of rotating away from the direction of the EM rail ejectors. I've got this whole situation over here. You know what? I do want to put down some more of these, so let's do that. Yeah, tall buildings is a problem. So instead, I will do it like so. Okay, and the way these work, we've got to pull this, go around, and then we just run the line behind these, and we conveyor them in. For whatever reason, last time I was thinking that these got directly conveyor belted in, but they do not. And before I give them power, we need to assign which orbit they're going to fire in. So I will do that. And I'll get to show off in the process how you set these things up. So basically you have to make a Dyson Swarm orbit. You already start off with one by default. But the more orbits you have, and the more their positions differ, the more kind of ways in which you can fire. Because sometimes you're not lined up for that default orbit. So if you have different orbits, then you can do things differently. Okay, so that one was set up for 1. So we'll set this one up for 4. This one up for 3. This one up for 2. And 1. 4. 3, 2, and 1, and 4. Okay, excellent. So now we got to power them, which isn't too bad. We just got to find the right distance. And unfortunately, because of the way that they work, because you can't have any tall buildings anywhere close to the muzzle radius, essentially, of the building, you gotta pretty much do a 1-to-1 here. At least if you're using power poles. If you were using satellite substations, you might be able to put like 1 for every 3 of these. But yeah, that works pretty nicely. So now we've got all of these puppies firing. Well, except for the ones that obviously aren't, you know, in range because of the way that the planet has orbited. However, if I go all the way around here to the other side, I believe the other EM rail ejectors should be coming online shortly. Yeah, you can see the blue blip, or the orange blips. Those are the solar sails. Essentially, they get shot out kind of like a t-shirt cannon, if you've ever seen one of those. And then whenever the solar sails, and there's actually a computer in there, I assume, whenever it detects that it's in the right orbit, it pops open with a small explosive and fires like a retro rocket, I assume, in order to stabilize its orbit. And that's why you see all of these little orange flashes up there. That's what those are, or at least that's how I imagine this goes. But yeah, shortly these should start coming online, and this is where this line kind of starts. So then we'll really get to see the gun show. But if we look at it from here, and we look off in this general direction, you can see there's just a massive flow of traffic coming from here. And actually, you might be able to see it a little bit better in the... yeah, this is the screen where you can really see it. You just see this massive line of traffic coming from Mincar 4 into the Dyson area. It's really epic. And actually, it's a little bit easier if I view it from there. Yeah, you can just see this massive field. And it almost looks like debris. It almost looks like complete chaos, but it's all organized. It is all organized to work properly. But it looks like absolute chaos, but you just see all of this coming in from Mincar 4. It is glorious. I love it. Wow, you're still not firing, really? Did we get a shipment of rockets recently? We must have got a shipment of rockets recently, because these things are still firing rockets, which is ridiculous. How much power do we have here? 490 megawatts now. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, we're going to run out of rockets here shortly to fire. But that is okay. We're mostly worried about the solar sails at this point. Yeah, there's about 5,000 more rockets to fire, but I've got to fire like 60,000 more solar sails to get anywhere. So, there's that. Oof. So pretty. So pretty. And I'll probably end up calling the stream here. Ah, now we're starting to get some of these firing. I'll probably call the stream here shortly. Let's see how we're doing for solar sails. Solar sails are doing all right. They are doing all right. And so let's go ahead and get a close-up look. Now that the solar sails are coming in, the rockets are coming in. Although, wow, the rockets aren't going to be coming in for much longer. They're almost out. So let's warp over here real quick. And right about here-ish, you can see all of this going on in all its glory. I'll get rid of the HUD. I think we're actually coming up behind it, so let's go ahead and aim straight for it and speed up just a little bit. But yeah, you kind of just like see it. It's almost like it's being sucked in gravitationally, but it's all designed orbits here. It's all calculated and shit. It's glorious, is what it is. I love it. But yeah, we'll get a close-up view of how everything how everything gets constructed here. It would be nice if you could actually see these solar sails getting added to these shells one by one, bit by bit. But I feel like it would probably be way too resource intensive. It would probably be way too resource intensive. And the number of here, if I open the HUD again, like the number of solar sails that go into a shell, like just this little tiny section is almost 1,400 solar sails. It's ridiculous. So even just a little triangle like that is 1,400 solar sails. But yeah, you see them. The solar sails, they just kind of go and they get sucked into the node right there. And then they get added to anything connected to that node from the framework that you see there. And it is awesome. Oh, it is so good. I wish there was a feature that would allow you to match the orbit of something. This is actually pretty close. This is pretty close. Yeah, I really wish there was like a match orbit feature so you could really watch this. But yeah, it's really good. I really love this. And after the stream is over, I will probably continue to play for just a couple of minutes. I'll probably just grab screenshots, really. That's what I'm going to do. I've been grabbing a lot of screenshots during the play session when I was working on this off stream Yeah, I'm probably going to use those screenshots for some really epic thumbnails. But obviously, we've made a lot of progress today. It's really starting to shape up. It's looking good. I love it. It's wonderful. Oh, it is so good. Okay, so anyways, let me have a little bit of tea, and then I'll start the outro, I suppose. I've been going for like 5 hours after all. I think that's good enough for one night. Alrighty, so thanks for watching, folks. Nobody stopped by to chat, but that's alright. I'm sure there were some lurkers hanging out and about. And I appreciate all the lurkers as well as everybody else who is going to be watching this after the stream is over. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. I certainly enjoyed making it. I love playing Dyson Sphere. If you did enjoy, please do subscribe and click the bell to make sure you get notifications for when I go live. My streaming schedule is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I start at 4:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. That would be 3:30 for those on the East Coast in the U.S. and 1:30 for those on the West Coast in the U.S. And yeah, generally Mondays I've been doing Monster Hunter Stories. We'll continue doing Monster Hunter Stories on Monday until that runs out, essentially. Wednesday, again, has been Dyson Sphere, as you've seen today. Friday, I think I am going to be doing some 7 Days to Die. I didn't mention this, but I did spend a good deal of this morning on the 7 Days to Die's forum. And I found out that a rumor that I heard about regarding a big change to the crafting system for Alpha 21 is actually true. And I am super excited. I really like the idea. I don't know if they're going to nail the execution. And if they don't, it could be kind of bad for a while. But if they do nail the execution, oh my god. Oh, I cannot wait. The hype is unreal. I would imagine they're going to go for another holiday release for Alpha 21. So it'll probably be in December or later if they do release it at all this year. And it's not even June right now, so I don't I don't know how I'm going to make it until then. I guess I'll have to hope Dyson Sphere program and Monster Hunter Stories and whatever amount of Alpha 20 that I continue to play can tide me over until then. Hopefully we will get combat for Dyson Sphere program here sometime this year as well. I believe we are supposed to. It was supposed to be this summer, but unfortunately the pandemic kind of put the developers of Dyson Sphere on lockdown. They are Chinese over there, so you know they've taken the brunt of the epidemic more so than any of us here in the U.S., despite what we might want to think. But yeah, hopefully they will manage to get combat sorted out sometime this year. And if that gets added around the holiday season and Alpha 21 for 7 Days to Die comes out on the holiday season's going to be busy for this fox. Very busy. Oh my lord. But anyways, that's enough rambling from me. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you are having fine days, evenings, nights, wherever you are. And yeah, I will see you next time. So until then, folks, take care. I am out of here.